So yes, what's up legends? How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing fantastic today. I am back with a live stream. Let's analyze the situation here for the price of Bitcoin all together. What is going on? Are we going lower? Are we going higher? We're going to analyze the levels, the direction, the highest probability scenarios in this stream, guys. Make sure to smash up that like button on your way in. And let's go through the comment section first of all, guys. Okay, well, before the comment section, I just want to give that disclaimer, of course, that the content is for educational purposes only and is not financial advice. The information provided is not guaranteed to be accurate or complete. Always conduct your own research before making any financial decision. And yeah, stay cautious. Trading is risky. Don't get too greedy. Manage your emotions and manage your risk, guys. Very important. Muy importante. Let's say hello to the wonderful community. Now, I was out for last week. Went to the UK. I had a wedding. I celebrated birthday with family and friends from over there. And now I'm back here. And yes, we need to get cracking. We need to get cracking because there are opportunities. If you watched the previous video update that I did do a few days ago, this was on Saturday. Pay attention to this zone. We're hitting a big resistance, right? Watch before Monday. These are the classic weekend preparations, right? For Monday, basically, right? Coming into Sunday, Monday to get ready, right? This is a zone where we can double, triple top. We were talking about a diagonal. Another wick to the upside was very, very possible. For those people that don't have time to be paying attention to the charts consistently, or they don't know how to put alerts on the channel, on TradingView, sorry. Well, basically, you can give a bit of a breather, right? This resistance is massive. Value area high from June and July, right? As we explained on Saturday's video update, right? Big resistance. It's going to take a lot of power for the price of Bitcoin to break out from this zone. And with the price action to the upside, we understood that multiple 1-2s was low probability. So we're looking for something to end here, right? Regardless if it's a WXY double zigzag, if it's a, a 5-wave move to the upside, maybe a diagonal, right? We just don't know, but we know that this is big resistance. And based on Elliott wave theory, from this low that we had of last week to this high, we're likely finishing something here. Now, we are going to focus on this movement to the downside. We're kind of holding the point of control of the range, right? Not a successful breakout, reclaiming. What is going on here? So I'm going to explain the trading plans today. What levels of support we need to pay attention. Is it worth longing? What do we need to wait for to take that long with confidence? Or can we actually add to our short positions, right? If we have shorted this zone as explained on Saturday's video update, right? It doesn't take too much effort to understand, right? I know even people with low experience just realizes that this is a big resistance and it's kind of worth a short. If you got into that double top with a perfect entry, congratulations. And if you shorted somewhere in this area, then it's still good, right? Give a bit of room for stop loss. We could project the lows below 62,500. Do we go lower or not, right? Let me know in the comment section if anybody is in a short from this idea, right? This opinion, right? This kind of setup that was explained on Saturday. Shout out to Devil, inside of the trading community. He's been focusing on the trading community. He did today the private live stream with also local setups, guys. Remember, if you want to join the trading community, send me the word access. I'll send you all of the information, okay, to get an entry to the trading community and also to all of these fantastic tools, which is right, order flow, CVD divergence with confirmed ones, non-confirmed ones. Order flow is super important. We got a tutorial there as well explaining how we can use this in our favor, right? And all of these different wonderful tools that can favor our trading, right? Right, much love. Let's go through the comment section. Say hello to the beautiful community. I can see there's just a few comments at the moment. Smash up that like button if you do enjoy the content. If you are in a short from Sunday evening, Monday morning, absolutely wonderful. We did go down. I can see some people in the trading community taking that short, such as Paz Maria Vallejos. which is one of my favorite students that we've had for the last 4 or 5 months approximately. She's absolutely crushing it and taking every trading, possibility set up right that we do mention, of course, here. Right, let's go right away through the comment section and see what's going on. Albert, how are you doing, my man? Much love to you, Albert. How are you doing? Thanks for joining. Olivia is here. Hi, and hi. Hey, hi, hello, Andy and Legends. Nice to have you back. Thank you so much, my man. Yeah, it's time to trade because it's time to make some money back. I did spend quite a bit of money last week, and it's time to make some back, right? It's time to make some back. Andy, welcome back. Let's go, brother. Much love. Alex, thank you so much, my man. Let's go, Andy. Good to have you back. Hope you had an amazing trip and great birthday. I did indeed, my man. Thank you so much. Francisco Orlandi, or is it Deviled? It is Andy Francisco. Looks like a combination of both. Much love, my man. It is Andy here, my man. Legend, old and back. Yes, sir. Right. Andy, hope you had a super birthday. Much love. Diesel, right. King K, let's go, King K. Miss you, Legend. Miss you too, my man. Nice to see you in the comment section. Welcome back, Andy and the Legend. You have been missed. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. King K, happy blessed birthday. May God, in his infinite mercy, continue to guide and protect you. Thank you so much for the kind words. What's up, Legends? Happy Tuesday to everyone. Let's get it. Rhino, Jeff Money, Light. Hi, everyone. Sky, Stella. Guys, thank you so much. Andy the Legends, where are you, mate? I'm back. I am back home. Okay, I was in the UK for a week. Oh, that's just an image. Much love. Love that Mallorca Ibiza tune at the beginning of the show. Yes, a little bit about that chilled house music that I like very, very much as a good Spaniard. Long stream. Yes, we are doing a long stream today, so get your seatbelts on because we are going to be talking about setups. We might get some live trading opportunities. Okay, I will take a live trade. I've got a few local live trading setups, hopefully. We don't just stay stuck here. We do have New York open in 50 minutes. Hopefully, we're going to get a bit of volatility coming into some very interesting levels. I will explain the local scenarios, levels, Elliott wave theory, and the opportunities where we could have a live trading setup, guys. Okay, so stay tuned. Today is potentially going to be a trading day. That's if we do not just go sideways and there's low volatility. At the previous streams that I had 2 weeks ago, we were literally stuck throughout most of the stream. No volatility whatsoever. I can't remember where exactly, but there were some zones where I did a stream where we were just literally stuck, guys. And hopefully we do get some movements. There's awesome levels down here and scenarios. We also got some resistance up here, so we're going to get some plans ready. Don't bear with me here, guys. All of the plans need to be explained. A Trader, much love, my man. Thanks for joining the stream. Thank you so much, my man, for joining. What's going on here with Vision Pulse Fat Boy? Probably getting some shilling here. The special one, Andy V Faltin. Guys, thank you so much. A Trader, much appreciated for you joining the stream. Okay, and yeah, we're going to crack on. Okay, the stream just started and I'm already analysis paralysis. Much love, honor. Looking too long after another wave down around 63.4, 63.5. Yes, that is one of the scenarios. I think a local double bottom in this area is very realistic. It's a very, very possible scenario, and that's an interesting long bounce that I would be interested in if we roll down from here and we do not hit the golden pocket from the latest lower high. That's this one right over here at 65,300. From this lower high, I am interested in the golden pocket not to be hit and get a movement down to get to the lows into some interesting support levels that we do have. Slightly lower, I have to say, but double bottom or hit a daily level that we do have there is going to be an interesting. We've got a weekly naked point of control at 63.66k, right? It's a very, very interesting area, right? That box over here. And the main reason why I do not want the price to hit the golden pocket is because I want to see the possibility of forming an impulsive move to the downside and then get the bounce. So there's a very realistic bounce of around about $1,000. This would be a day trade, more of a scalp day trade, because we don't know if this would be an impulse in a wave 1 or a wave A, right? And, could we get a movement down later on after the correction and break down in a wave 3? Or maybe it's a wave B and then we form wave C to the downside. We're going to have to see. Okay, we're going to have to see if it is going to be a wave C or a wave 3, right? But there is a local bounce here. Very possible if we do claim the low. I do not want the golden pocket to be hit or that pivot low, because this would be wave 1, right? Wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, right? We're going with Elliott wave scenario here. And what is interesting, that if this is a wave 4, we don't want to hit that $64,700 golden pocket. That would be an invalidation for that wave 4. So a wave 5 here, we want to check to see if we're going to get that impulsive move here in the next coming couple of hours. Maybe we're getting a nice bounce. We're hitting the 382. We're getting a bit of a rejection there. So it would be nice to get that movement down here. And I rather, instead of shorting a wave 4, I would rather long a wave 5 at support, because this could be corrective, right? It might be a 3-wave correction if we do hit the golden pocket, meaning that we are prioritizing to get those highs at 65.5K. So any shorts should be managed accordingly, right? They have been taken, right, potentially yesterday morning or Sunday, depending in this zone, right, as the trading plan that we discussed on Saturday's video update, right? We could double, maybe triple top. Those are for the scalpers that have alerts, right? We did double top in the end. You could have got a great good entry with good stop loss. And this was for the people that don't have much time, right, on Saturday. I really want to give that option, right, of giving a bit of a breather for a stop loss, because myself and Devil, we really like to kind of snipe a trade and get really good risk to reward trade setups. But I know a lot of people that just don't have the patience and, can't wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and get an alert on your email, right, or your messenger basically. And if you're not going to be here for the alert or the setup, because it's going to be at 6 o'clock in the morning, you can get into a kind of give a bit of room as a breather, right? We're analyzing this movement up. It's unlikely that we're going to break out in a wave 3. It's big resistance. We got a weekly. We got value area high of June and July, and then just give a bit of a breather. If that is broken, you just need to accept that you're getting stopped out, right? So yeah, let's just new setups. Congratulations, whoever shorted either Sunday or Monday morning, right? Somewhere in this zone, we got a little move up, $1,000 approximately, a little more than $1,000 depending on your entry, which just gives you a nice day trade, right? So is it worth holding for a swing short, right? Do we get down to sub $58,000 in the next 1 to 2 weeks? And I have to say, it is possible. However, it's the movement down that's not too great. The movement down that we have from the last few weeks, right, of this high of the 22nd of July, I'm not too convinced that this is a motive wave down. Now, claiming these lows, yeah, that's all good and fine, because we've got a WXY scenario where we have a zigzag down, a flat, and, potentially forming a zigzag down here. And obviously that would lean for a WXY double zigzag, right? Where you got the reason of a double zigzag is because W is a zigzag. Your wave X in this case would be a flat, and you're looking for another zigzag, right? Double zigzag means zigzag on W and zigzag on Y. And it kind of fits. This was my favorite scenario as explained on Saturday's video. I am leaning more on this to move down to these lows, get resistance here as explained on Saturday. And I'm not too confident about this being a motive wave, right? You would have to have some kind of an expanding diagonal. And this would be the double zigzag, right, coming into the golden pocket 7-8 zone, right, which is totally fine. Yeah. But expanding diagonals are just not great. They're just not very common at all. So we prioritize something corrective here, right? I prioritize something corrective, either unfinished, which is a scenario that I like, to get down to sub 62.5, then bounce, or maybe have something finished here. And this is an impulsive move to the upside. And this is a flat, for example, right? Maybe. This can be counted as an impulse or a motive wave, just because the amount of overlap that we have on the lower time frames, 15 minute, 5 minute, you can use a lot of combinations with this overlap, okay? You can fit a wave 3 in this zone, and you can fit a double zigzag as well, which would be zigzag up. This was explained on previous videos, some type of corrective move in this area. An impulse does fit a little bit better, I have to say. Anyway, we'll break down in detail this pump, okay, and this movement to the downside. Stay tuned here, guys, because obviously we do come to the conclusion of new setups throughout the weekend. I think the setup was relatively easy to understand. Okay, we did have that that view of, you know, this is a rejection point here at 65.2k area, right? We're just very, very likely going to double top here in this zone. And if you're not going to be around for that double top, which was Monday morning, my time, Central European time, then, you know, you want to give a bit of a breather, right? But if you did get into this trade, you could have scratched some profits, added to the position, pay fees, pay stop loss, you know, whatever, hold some position to the downside. I am interested in swing shorts, really, because I am still in that swing long. I got one swing short that was stopped out at break even, the one that I had from this area with this rally that we got last week. It did get stopped out. I had a short from this area. There was also part of the trading plan that we discussed 2 weeks ago. But yeah, so you know, I'm interested in being positioned in a short position. Okay, so I entered in the airport yesterday in a short. Wasn't the greatest entry, but you know, you don't need me. Devil's also talking about this zone for that shorting opportunity. We give the details, right? We are not financial advisors. We're not trading advisors. We hint the possibilities, the risk management. And then, you know, are you going to take action on this trade setup? Are you going to short the 65k zone? Will you short it or not? We explain with Elliott wave theory, with confluence, with the resistance, right? We try and combine everything and come to the conclusion that this is a high probability rejection point. Do you want to take the short, or do you want to basically, you know, not take it because you think it's going to break out, right? Anyway, let's go right away through the, I mean, yeah, this was the earliest short position, right? We can't look to trade every single hour. I know a lot of people are very, especially the people with low capital, they want to trade, I want to make as much money as I can. You need to be aware that with trading, the more trades you get into, the more risk you have in losing capital. It's not based on winnings. You need to detect those high probability trade setups. And when you do so, go in pretty heavily, right? You know, that's the thing, right? You want to go in with 2-3%. You're confident on that trade, and then just wait for a new trading plan. And that's what we're going to do today. All right, we will be creating a trading plan. It does take some time, right? We're going to be here for a few hours. We'll be creating some solid plans, so it does make sense for you. I know it's, you know, a lot of people want to take trades every hour, every 30 minutes, right, on the 1 minute time frame. And sometimes it's not worth getting into trade of a movement of $200-$300, right? We want to try and get that at least $1,000 move on average. That's when we can make some pretty decent profits, you know, 2-3 to 1 risk reward at a bare minimum, right? And a good high probability setup. So congratulations, you know, it did take a few days into the end of last week, into the weekend, right? Being aware of double, it might triple top, of course, right? And that gives you the best entries and the best risk management, right? That was the trade into the weekend to take either Sunday or Monday. Now it's Tuesday. We did get the drop. Okay, we did get the drop yesterday evening, and we're just really consolidating here a little bit now and getting a little bit of a pump. So what are the next setups, right? I want to trade. I want another setup. I like to take my trades heavyweight, and I want to give a chance for in this case for the bears to actually go lower, right? There is a chance naturally to get that movement to the downside to sub 62.5. So I want to, and even lower, right? Even to the 61Ks region. And I want to hold on a significant chunk of my short trade to see if we can manage to get down to this zone, right? I mean, to claim those lows basically. So yeah, it's a very, very patient game. We can leave some profits on the table. That's okay. But there will be another short, right, to take. There will be another short, because I know some people do get pissed off. Everybody's different. Some people get pissed off because they're like, oh man, I left so much on the table, 50% of profits, and I got stopped out at break even. But then when the market decides it's going to go lower, right, and you shorted in this zone and you've taken 90% of the profits with this movement down, you're like, oh, I wish I would have held that position, right, for a few more days, because I would have maximized more profits, right? And if you get stopped out at break even from the other trade, there's going to be another short somewhere, right, that we can detect and hold on, right? Will this be the one that goes down to 58K, or will this be the one, right, when we get to 67, 68K, that it does move down? At the same time, we are interested in longs. But yeah, I'm very interested in catching that swing short for that movement of 7, 8, maybe $10,000 to the downside. Will it happen in August? Potentially. Will it happen in September? Right? We want to try and be positioned in that short, because I do think that the lower the bear market is not in, even though I understand that this movement to the downside is it's highly likely something corrective. And if you have something corrective to the downside, right, despite this movement down, you know what is the best analysis and the best information? The best information is the local one. It's the one that you're having now, and the next information that you get between today and tomorrow. That is the most important, despite this movement up being corrective. So this is the funny thing about this. This movement up, highly likely a three-wave structure. However, this movement down is also looking more corrective, being finished or unfinished where we get that movement down based on another Elliott wave scenario. Well, the main Elliott wave scenario that I do like, that I do prefer, I'm putting that on the number one stop, right? The WXY double zigzag that we explained on Saturday. So with the movement up that we have from the 1st of July from 57.7K, it prioritizes that the low is not in and that we're likely going to claim this low. Okay, so priority on the higher time frame, this would be better on the 4 hourly, is that we are likely going to come back down to this low at some point in the coming weeks. But locally, it does prioritize that we do take out this high. So that's what's making things a little bit, because this is local information, it would make sense to claim this high over here at 67.2, regardless if we go higher or not, right? It's claiming that level depending on the breakout, if it's going to double top. Before claiming this high, before we actually claim this low over here. And that is purely based on the probabilities of this move down being corrective, or part of a correction, maybe unfinished. Okay, so we need to understand, the priorities on the probabilities. It's highly likely that we do get back below sub 58K on the higher time frame. That doesn't mean that we need to move down from here, especially with the information that we got in the last 2 weeks, which is prioritizing to take out 67K. So yeah, I mean, the longs are obviously interesting without a doubt. Longs are also interesting at local support levels. and shorts at resistance. So yeah, we're gonna dive into the lower time frame soon. Okay, I'll go through higher time frame first to kind of give the picture on Elliott wave theory. We'll talk about the levels, of course, later on for the setups. Who's in a short position from here at 65k region? Absolutely phenomenal. Congratulations, guys. Let me know if you are in a short from Sunday, even Monday morning, right? Which was the general main plan, right? Big resistance. We got that resistance thumbnail. Watch before Monday. Yeah, well, you could arguably discuss it is a bit clickbaity, but it's, it's Tuesday now. So, if you didn't watch that on Sunday, or Saturday, and you're watching it now, or Tuesday, right, a day later from Monday, you need to watch it before Monday because, this is a double, triple top zone. This is the setup, right? You could be positioned if you watch that video on Saturday explaining the level, explaining Elliott wave theory, right? We do clickbait, but we do back up the clickbait, right? Because now, after Monday, right, well, yeah, we already moved down 1,200. Well, from the highs, it's a bit more. It's 1,500 or so. And, we created that video on Saturday, right? Watch before Monday because, we're going to double or either triple top here. And then, we're looking for a move down. So, yeah, happy to see that happening here after a few days of the video, which just, backs up what we're talking, right? We don't talk BS here. Right, let's go through the comment section. We're going to dive in through the higher time frame. Much love to everybody. Let me know if you're in a short as well as I do go through the comment section. And I think we're going to cover the 4-hour time frame. Okay, later we'll take a look at order flow. We'll take a look at CVD on the lower time frames as we do approach the setups. We are not coming into an interest zone for me to do anything at the moment. I am positioned short. I did short in this zone yesterday morning in the airport. Took some profits, added a little bit too much on the position, but literally running a free trade at the moment. Maybe you got an awesome entry here at this double top, hitting the weekly level on other exchanges because it was hit on Bybit. I got a few comments and some people asking inside of the community. That weekly level was not hit on some exchanges, but on Bybit it was hit, and it is nice for that weekly level to not be hit on some exchanges because it just gives a reason to potentially hit that weekly level. But you can see the weekly level, it's an old weekly level. My bad, we did hit it here. That was the weekly level. Oh yeah, no, my bad, yeah, because this was Sunday. I was getting confused now because I saw that big wick above it. So we did, that was Sunday evening, depending on where you live, of course. But yeah, on Friday we did hit it. And then on Sunday, before entering the new week, that's why I was getting confused here because I can see that big wick above the weekly and it didn't make sense here. But yeah, we got above it on Sunday evening. So on Bybit, it was hit on some exchanges, I think such as Binance. We did not hit it on Friday, but we did end up hitting it Sunday evening right there, right, for that double top. Beautiful rejection, great entry. Stop loss needs to be where it needs to be, right? Give it a bit of a breather or a little bit of a wider stop loss. Always lower risk, right? If your stop loss is going to be double the size than usual, you need to still maintain the risk tolerance that you're using, right? Just because the stop loss is further away, it doesn't mean that you're risking more, okay? Always, stretch your stop loss based on your risk management tolerance, right? Because this stop loss needs to be the same or very similar percentage size, right? Between 1 and 2%. Same as this one right over here. Even if stop loss is wider, it means that your profits are going to be less. The risk reward is going to be less than this one over here that you're taking a little bit more aggressive, right? This is the same amount of stop loss when we talk about percentage. Okay, very, very important this, guys. If you don't get this right, you will not be consistent. You will not be consistent if you don't get this right. Because at the end of the month, I'm not looking to double my account. I think I have doubled account, but they're very small, right? You turn $100 to 200 and you just take very aggressive trading. You either burn it or you double it, right? It's not the way that we want to trade consistently. At the end of the month, you're looking to make 10%, maybe 15% would be a very good trading month. 20% would be an awesome month, right? It's not very common to make 20% consistent gains. I average in between 5, 15, right? Maybe 10, maybe 20. I've done 20% months in 2025, but it's a very, very slow, boring game, right? You just try to make profits consistently, but very, very small profits, and you add them up, right, throughout the month. Whoever's trying to scalp, get into 5 trades on the 1 minute time frame with little movements, you're just going to end up, taking bad decisions, paying fees, and it's not how we trade here on the channel, right? So yeah, the shorting trade is in this zone as explained on Saturday. Move down, give a bit of breather. It's a winner, right? It's a winning trade that we discussed on Saturday. Right, let's go right away through the comment section very quickly, just out of respect, say hello to the wonderful community. I'm just going to get a drink and we're going to follow up here with, this is going to be a long stream, guys. The only long setup that I'm interested in, hopefully we do get this on New York Open. We get a bit of volatility, movement down. We got a weekly naked point of control and a daily. Weekly naked point of control is at 63.66K and 63.44K is where we have the daily. And I like this area for that speculation on a impulsive move down. That is if we were to roll down from this area without hitting the golden pocket. So my plan is clear. My plan is clear where I would want to get into a long. Somebody did point this out inside of the comment section, and it's either a weekly naked point of control reaction or a daily naked point of control reaction. What I am looking for is the end of an impulsive move to the downside. Wave 4 is where it needs to be, between the 236 and the 50% Fibonacci from your wave 2. Right, that's your latest, that's your high from Sunday evening, that's a lower high from Monday morning, and that's the big move down with high volume. Long, nice, rangy fourth wave structure. I'm not a fan of shorting fourth waves. I want to try and short the highs at a major resistance or a wave 2 preferably. Wave 4's, your invalidation is golden pocket, look no further. So if you want to trade a wave 4, I don't like it because I understand that this could be a 3-wave correction. But if you're looking to trade a wave 4, to the downside, it's literally this, to the lows. Look no further. Your invalidation needs to be golden pocket, because if you do hit that golden pocket without creating a wave 5, then this has high probability of being a corrective move, and means there's high probability in taking out. At some point, you can move down later on, but at some point, take out the highs. I need to be out of this trade at the golden pocket, because if I have no stop loss or stop loss above 65K, the projection that I have here is not very good, because I'm projecting a wave 5. That's high probability, double bottom, right? And then get the bounce. We've got lots of support. This is a bad setup. This is a bad trade, right? So we need to manage risk, and wave 4s are not great. What is great is trading a wave 5 at support for that bounce to get above the wave 4 target, which is very, very common, right? If we were to form a lower high in this zone and then move down in the next couple of hours, give or take, well, maybe a few hours. This is the 15-minute. We've got a huge amount of support. We've got a 5-wave potential impulse, and the bounce to get to the wave 4 target area is very, very common for an ABC or an impulse. We don't know, because this could be a flat. We could have a flat here, This is the thing. We'll be analyzing this carefully. I'm just trying to get out the long setup. This is the main only setup that I would be interested in, and it requires patience. If we move up from here, there will be no long setup for me. I'll have to look for something else. I'll have to plan the movements and what's happened. But with the information that we got from the last 24 hours, right, basically this movement down, right, and this is what makes more sense. We got great support beneath us at 63.6 and 63.4, weekly naked and daily. We have information of a possible unfinished impulse. And with this amount of support that we have here, a bounce to wave 4 territory, which is the main target zone. I mean, the 382 Fibonacci is the main target, but 382 is usually where we have the wave 4 zone anyway. So if you take Fibonacci from the high to the low of wave 5, wherever that's going to be, we don't know. 382 is like the minimum target area. It can hit the golden pocket. It can bounce higher naturally, and especially if this is a wave C in an impulse of that flat. I'll explain that later. But at least you're looking for this move up of $1,000 approximately, and this could bring a great risk to reward. It's a great day trade. And these are the two main levels. We got Elliott wave theory. I'll be paying attention if we come down here in the next 2 hours. I don't think we will, but we might. It could happen on basically on New York Open. We start moving down aggressively. It could be a possibility. We're going to need to check order flow, guys. Order flow will be very important. I want to see incredible decreasing, or open interest on negative delta. I want the open interest to go down as we have lots of volume as we claim this local low, because that means, there's longs closing, longs getting stopped out, right, and shorts are not powerful enough, right, with open interest to break down this zone. So order flow will be an important reading on this movement down. Order flow, we can get it here at mindpillar.com, guys. We've been working on this for the last few months. We are going to be adding more stuff here. The next thing that we're adding here is levels. How to have a tab where we just add all of the levels. This is something that we are working on here on mindpillar.com, where we're going to have the weekly order blocks. We're going to have naked pointer controls, and it all be accessible on a click of a button. That's what we are developing now. So this is an absolute powerhouse for serious traders. Order flow, you're going to have levels soon. We're working on this. That's the next step. We've been working on this throughout the last few months. It was first CVD divergence. We launched order flow right now, and then the levels is next. Levels are going to be next here inside of mindpillar.com. You know how to get access to this. It's super simple, by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links, doing a minimum deposit. You will, you can get this, activated. All right, I can send you the information. All right, you basically sign up throughout one of the affiliate links, and you do trade throughout Bluffin, 2-bit, Weeks, or Kraken. We got Kraken as an option as well, and you just trade as you usually trade, and you are paying fees anyway, right? It's no extra cost. You just trade on one of these platforms as you usually do, and as you usually trade, then obviously you need to cover for the monthly subscription with your trading fees, basically, but there's no extra cost on that. You just sign up to one of the affiliate links, and you get access to the trading community, right? Devil's been very active in the community this week. I haven't, because I was away. I took a week off basically because of birthday. I had a wedding as well, and visiting family in the UK. I will be active this week inside of the community. Of course, I only arrived yesterday late evening, but anyway, that's how you get all of this, guys. You get trading community, where there's a very active community. There's updates. We're looking for setups every day. Devil's covered last week, of course, and you do get access to the trading powerhouse of indicators and tools that we use for our trading. If you're interested in that, send me the word access, and I can send you all of the info in the Telegram. Okay, this is the Telegram direct link for a DM. Okay, so make sure to do that if you are interested in that. Right. So anyway, this is the main long setup that I'm interested in right here. Just keeping it simple, keeping it boring. The more boring it is, guys, the more bored you are watching the setups and the scenarios. That means it's good based on trading, right? If you see someone that's hyped up and exciting based on local setups, right, and they get into a trade on the 1 minute and they're like, "Whoosh, let's go." It's too emotional. Trading is boring, unfortunately. The sooner you understand that, the better trader you will be. So anyway, let's go through comment section. My bad. Let me just get a drink, do comment section, and we'll dive in through 4 hourly, 1 hourly, and 15-minute time frame. Discuss a little bit how we can predict the highest probability movements for the next coming days, guys. Just like we predict a pretty obvious, right? I'm not special. I'm not special. I've just put a lot of work, right, on trying to understand the trading setups, analysis, and risk management. But this was pretty obvious that this value area high with the weekly, understanding Elliott wave theory, how we got move up. This was a rejection point. This was a rejection point. And I'm not special, right? I don't have a crystal ball. We just understand the analysis. But whoever took that short at the 65k region, then, very, very good. This was from Saturday's video. And yeah, we'll be diving in through 4 hour time frame, 1 hour and 15-minute. So to map out the situation, it is going to take an easy hour here, go step by step, and go through the highest probability scenarios to the lowest probability scenarios, and come to the conclusion what fits better, right, as a trade setup. Let me just get a drink and I'll dive in here through the comment section in just a bit, guys. Okay, right. Comment section it is, and we'll start off with a 4 hour time frame. Poosh, right. Andy, can you lower the music? Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. Hopefully music is hello from sunny and cool Isle of Man. Much love to mother right there. Andy, can you lower the music? I have done. Olivier, thanks for letting me know. Guillermo, nice to see you again, Andy. Hope you had a great one. I did indeed, my man. Much love to you. Smash the likes and a great day. BSSH, thanks so much. You too. Poor beat. Break even better than losing. Very much true. Very much true. What will be short entry? Hello, everybody. Rick, hello. Amjad, what will be short entry? We look for day trades for a potential swing, right? I'm sorry to say, but we got ready on the weekend for the short trade setup, right? I don't know how many trades you want to get into a day, but the less you trade, the better profits you will make long term. It's just a fact. I remember back a few years ago, I was like, right, I'm going to crush it. I'm going to scalp. I'm going to be looking for, a few trades a day. And many, many days, it was break even to a loss. And I was like, damn, it's just, you come to that conclusion that you want good, high quality trade setups, even though if it's 2 trades a week. And that's how I figure out how to be consistent long term, right? And I'm just sharing that, guys, with you, of course. Took the more laid back limit order and the weekly approach. I just knew price will get there while I'm asleep. Happy with the results. Uncle Krill, absolutely awesome. That's great. Yeah, I mean, this is why we do. A lot of the times we talk about the perfect setup, right? It's like, guys, only short. I mean, I would only short, right, if we double top from the local highs as we do hit that weekly level, right? Only if we do that. And, this might happen at, 1 o'clock in the morning. And I want to go to sleep at, 10:30, right? I want to wake up early tomorrow morning, right? Do my work out, have a nice good breakfast, and I want to go to sleep early. So you realize that I might miss that trade. So, I mean, shout out to you. If you put a limit order at those highs for the double top speculation, it's just as good as getting into a trade on Saturday, right? And giving a bit of room for stop loss, right? Risk reward is not going to be great, but you're still positioned. You can add to the position depending on the information that you have Monday, Tuesday, right? Which is what I want to talk about also in today's video update and today's live stream. So, yeah, good on you. Good on you. As long as you manage risk, it's totally fine. I'm not against limit orders. Most of my trades are market execution, but I'm not against limit as long as you manage risk. What I am against is limit orders stacked, and you're not going to be risking 1 to 2%. Trust me, if you start stacking limit shorts with no stop loss, right? You're not. Maybe 1 out of 100. You might put 0, 0, 10, 0, 10, 0, 10, 0, 10, 0, 10, 0, 10 to try and get an average of 1%, right? As the price is going against you. Which is not good practice. It's not good practice because one day the price will break through and just absolutely crush your levels and go against you. And then you're deep underwater with all your limit shorts. And you just need one crazy trade to screw all of your profits that you made in the last few months. And this is a great story that I have from 2019. I never traded like this ever again since 2019 when I made this mistake and I threw 5 months of profit down the toilet. You just need one trade to fuck up, right? Excuse my language there, but it's true. And so yeah, we always want to maintain our feet in the ground, right? Don't come delusional and just don't think that you're going to reverse and as you add shorts and all of that nonsense. So it's fine to put a limit order. Shout out to you, right? Someone in the comment section saying that I shorted. That's Uncle Krill. Limit order, I knew we were going to hit the level and I was going to be asleep, and it's totally fine if you put a limit order just right there at the highs and you have a decent stop loss of 1 to 2%, right? 3% max. 3% is going aggressive. Give a bit of room. If you break out, you just need to understand that you've broken the weekly, you've broken support, and we might go to higher levels. But yeah, I'm totally fine with the limit entry shorts as long as you're managing risk. Okay, it's totally fine to do so, and you won't miss a trade, right? Because it's happened to all of us. It even happens to me today, nowadays, where I'll be like, I missed the short because I was asleep. So yeah, we can get into a smaller position or enter a little late. As explained, you could have entered somewhere here on Sunday. Doesn't matter, right? As long as you're managing risk. Right. Watching from the gym, A-Trader, absolute legend. Hope you're pumping those muscles, mate. You're getting strong and healthy and fit. Good for you. Awesome to see that, A-Trader. Much love. We have 1 hour order block there for shorting wave 4. Yeah, that's the 1 hour order block right there that we do have. I'm not a fan of wave 4 shorting wave 4s. I mean, yeah, it is resistance. We didn't reach it. We're moving down right now, coming 5 minutes into New York Open. I'm more interested in that long, I have to be honest here. Or short here, as explained on Saturday, right? Short the double top or short somewhere in this region to realize that we could move down in an impulse, right? That's the general plan we had on the weekend for Sunday or Monday morning, right? We finally moved down on Monday evening, right? And today just a little bit of a bounce. That was the shorting plan. 65k zone is an interesting shorting area. I'm not interested in this little move down. I'm already positioned in a short. Maybe you are positioned as well, right? Hopefully, with a good risk management. And I'm not that interested in a little day trade short here. But yeah, I mean, as explained, stop loss becomes pretty obvious if you want to trade a short a wave 4, right? If we are looking for that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 0.236 to the 0.5 is where the wave 4 needs to reject from. And you don't want to hit the golden pocket. That's an invalidation. An invalidation is always your stop loss if you're considering, right, taking the short on the wave 4. You want to short the 382 area. It's an average zone, right? I know we like a 1 hour order block to be hit, 50% Fibonacci, but maybe it front runs, right? Maybe it just rejects from here. If you wanted to take that short trade, right, you just need to understand that this is the setup, right? Somewhere 382, 50%, right? Somewhere in this zone is your entry. And your invalidation has to be the golden pocket, right? At least for me anyway. I say it has to be like for you, but I'm not. I like to, this is the thing that I talk like as in you and this and we, or it's basically just sharing the information on how I understand things, right? I understand that, if I'm shorting a wave 4, the golden pocket needs to be my stop loss because it's a wave 4 invalidation. If you were to pump up to the golden pocket from wave 2 to wave 3, this is high probability a 3-wave structure, which naturally means an ABC, right? Could it be an ABC, 4W, wave X, and then another zigzag down? Yes, but you're still prioritizing the movement up to the highs, very, very likely. So yeah, you just need to understand as a day trade short that if you're trading a wave 4, your invalidation is golden pocket, right? Or wave 1, which is pretty close to the golden pocket a lot of the times. No overlap from that wave 1. So right, much love to everybody. Let's go through the 4-hour time frame. I've got alert set here on my other Coinbase chart for the lows. So if we are explaining the higher time frame scenarios and we do claim the low, I mean, I will see it anyway because I'm here. I am going to be here for a few hours, guys. We might get that live trade entry bounce, good risk management that we can share here on the stream, right? Just see a bit of action, hopefully. And hopefully we do get a bit of volatility now on New York Open and we just don't range. That would be a bit of a bummer right there if we just go sideways and have volatility of $200-$300. Hopefully we don't get that. We do get the move down on the stream for that live trade setup plan. Right, much love. So why not short if we expect 63.5? It's literally a 1K move. You can obviously, as explained. Yeah, I'm not a fan of trading wave 4s, but you can trade them. They are tradable. You know your invalidation. You know your entry zone. 382, 50% preferably, right? The higher the better. And you know your target. It's why not short? I'm already positioned short, and I'm mainly looking for swings. I'm looking for bigger moves, preferably. So, and wave 4s, just manage risk. It is a 2-to-1 risk reward, depending on your entry, of course. I wouldn't short the movement. If you're moving down from here, this is coming a little late to enter, right? It's coming late to enter. You preferably want to short 382 zone. Have an average entry zone just to make it more of a 2-to-1 risk reward. Not even that, 1.5, right? This is the thing, risk rewards are not that great. So when we talk about this setup, this is the risk to reward. Is it a great one? Wave 4s, and we don't know if it's going to be a wave 4. That's the issue here. Could it be? Yeah, it does look like it can be a wave 4 because you have a movement down, the bounce, and then this move to the downside, which is pretty aggressive with nice volume. And when we take a look at the Fibonacci extension, so yeah, there's higher probability of this being a wave 4 than either this being a wave ABC. Okay, one of the main reasons, so yeah, I mean, you can take it. There's a bit of advantage in your side to take this trade setup. You have a bit more of advantage. Risk reward is not great, but you do have probabilities on your side to take this kind of short. And you know, if you ask me why, there has to be a reason, right? There is always a reason behind the probabilities. And the main one basically here that does prioritize this being a wave 4 and having a wave 5 to the downside to claim the lows is basically this movement right over here. This is a bit, it is too aggressive to be a wave C. Wave C's can hit the 1.618, don't get me wrong. It's more common. It's more common after a small move and a bounce for this, which has gone down beyond the 1.618 extension. Let me just get the default extension here to see the 2-to-1 extension from this move, right? This move down yesterday, Monday, is 2 times longer than the little drop that we got here, you know, Sunday evening or early Monday morning, which does prioritize a little bit more for a wave 3. Wave C common targets is between the 1-to-1 and 1382 approximately. That's common wave C target. When you go past the 1.618, it is more common for a wave 3. Okay, so just because of that, you would prioritize a wave 4 here and have a wave 5. The problem with this, and it's all depending on your risk management tolerance and, you know, your risk to reward that you want to look for. If I understand that this does have priority, somebody asked why not short it. You can, you know, you do have a bit of priority. Don't short, you know, when it's moving down already, you know, $500, because then you're entering late, right? You're targeting the low, so you're running late on the short. You want to short 382 zone, right? If you do get the move, the higher the better, naturally based on the risk to reward. So even still, if you shorted the highs, risk to reward is just scratching the 2-to-1. However, why the wave 5 is better for the long trade to come and claim very commonly the wave 4 zone, right? And it all has to do based on risk to reward and the amount of support that we have here. I like the support that we have under the wave 3. It's great support. We got 2 major levels as a great support here. And that's a weekly naked point of control at 63,660. And we have a daily level at 63,440. Because you don't know where a wave 4 can finish, it can finish at the 382. It might have finished at the order block at the 50% Fibonacci, right? The resistance is not huge right at this zone. You're kind of a little bit confused on the entry, right? Where should I enter? 382, or should I wait for the 1 hour order block, right? And it just creates all of that confusion. I didn't short this, you know, I just like, screw this. I'm not going to short it. It doesn't matter. I'm more interested in the long on the wave 5, though, which we might get on the stream. So why is it better? Well, it's better because we have good support. We have good levels. I understand that it makes sense for a wave 5. After a wave 5, we are looking for that reversal bounce. I know the common target, which is the wave 4. I know how to enter this trade, and the risk to reward becomes much more attractive. So if we, you know, we might double bottom and hit just scratch that weekly. What I'm looking for here is basically either this or either daily, right? If we break the weekly, maybe the daily does get the reaction and then the bounce up here in a 3-wave structure throughout today and tomorrow. And you know where I'm coming from here if you've been long enough on the channel. The execution and the risk to reward is greater, much greater. Okay, we are looking at here, you know, a 4-to-1, almost a 5-to-1, right, risk to reward. So yeah, this trade becomes much more attractive, either this one or either this one, and I can have 2 attempts here, because this one would even be a 5-to-1 risk reward, give or take, right? 4 or 5, right? It's just an average. And if I were to get stopped out on this long trade, you know, say that this is a stop loss because we move down, boom, and we create a wave 4 and then a wave 5 locally, right? We just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And it just, you know, we get stopped out because we're still finishing wave 5, right? Very, very locally here. We form a wave 4 here on this reaction. It just gets a poor bounce, and then we get the movement down, and that's the one, right? That gives us that trade. This stop loss will be paid on this trade. It would still be a profitable trade, right? A profitable day, we would arguably discuss, right, between today and tomorrow for that bounce. So it's just preference, really. I know wave 4 down to wave 5, risk reward is not going to be that great unless you know, and the wave 5 bounce to the wave 4 territory is just going to be a better trade, and there's good support here. So it's just preference, really. Not against trading wave 4s. I just don't trade them very often unless there's a massive resistance level, and risk to reward trading a wave 4 to wave 5 is usually lower. Exactly, don't FOMO into a move. First thing you learn as a trader. Very true. There is a chance for a double bottom here, so it's kind of late for the short. Yeah, very true. That's the thing. I'm waiting for this movement down. If we bounce from wave 5, we can look to short. Yeah, very true. It all depends on the bounce, but there is a bullish scenario here. There is actually a bullish scenario, which I want to explain. And that's if we were to have, naturally this could be a 5-wave move down that we are looking for now, right? Does this mean that this 5-wave move to the downside is either a wave 1 or a wave 8? Yes, I mean, it can be, of course, yeah. Somebody asking here in the comment section, does that mean that we can look for a short later on the bounce? And we absolutely can. We just need to be cautious. We'll get some levels ready inside of the trading community. You know, obviously, if we're not on YouTube, guys, we are in the trading community. So we are looking every day in the community. If we're not on YouTube, we are giving the updates and the levels and possible setups that either Devil or myself, of course, I'm here this week. Now, we are looking consistently for intraday entries, high probabilities as the price develops. Okay, if you are interested in that, make sure to shoot me the DM, the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send the information on how you can get access, right? The steps are simple. You can use one of the affiliate links down below in the description. You have many to choose. They are all great. One of my favorite ones is Bluffin. You have 2bits, Weeks, Kraken as well. Kraken's been here since 2014. They're all great exchanges. And doing a minimum deposit, okay, which I'll share the information if you send me the word access to my Telegram. You trade as you do, right? You basically pay fees anyway, and we get part of those fees if you get into the affiliate link, okay, as you do trade normally, and you get access to the trading community, you get access to order flow, you get access to CBD divergence at mindpillar.com, okay, and we are adding more things as we go throughout the next coming weeks, okay. We're going to make this a huge powerhouse for traders, and you do get access to this, all right, as you trade anyway. But if you trade throughout our affiliate links, of course, then you know, we will be getting access to this and the active trading community. All right, so if that's of your interest, just send me the word access, guys. we do our best. We are very patient. We try to provide the best analysis for our, basically our community. And we do look for the setups, of course, right? And we have a very, very good trader, which has been awesome. Paz Maria Vallejos, who's one of the best traders, I would say, of the community at the moment, because she's just absolutely nailing the levels and the scenarios that we do talk about, myself or Devil, in the community, basically, right? Or on YouTube, if we are on YouTube. So anyway, somebody asking about this, right? If we form a 5-wave impulse to the downside, can we short the bounce? And always remember that a 5-wave impulse can either be a wave 1, a wave A, or a wave C. And you might think, well, can this be a wave C? If a wave C is A, B, C, right? For a wave A, 3-wave correction, and a 5-wave move up for just a zigzag, right? Wave A, wave B, and wave C. You might think, well, we are missing wave A and B here, but wave C's can also be part of a flat. This is why it's important to not only focus on what's happened here, zoom out ever so slightly. This information is important. This information is important. And this is where we're going to go through right now. We're going to go through 4-hourly, 1-hourly, and come to the conclusion of the movements, and then the lower time frames, right? So we can actually say, remember, we talked about this on the 1 hour. Does it make sense with this local time frame? Well, then yes. Then this could be formed, right? We'll build up some things right now as we go, guys. I'm just giving a bit of education here as we go. So there is a chance for a flat here. Why is there a chance for a flat? Well, because we got this movement down, 3-wave structure, very possible. 3-wave up, very possible. It does look very 3-wavy from that local low. We just got the highs here, which is perfect for a flat target, as long as we do not hit the 1.618 extension from your A wave. Then, of course, we do have the possibility of a flat. Right, hitting the 1-to-1 or the 1-2-3-6, 1-3-8-2 zone. This is flat target zone. If you hit the 1.618, then we know that this is unlikely a flat. It would be better to be bearish in that case. But because we just barely hit those highs, then we have a chance here for an ABC flat. Okay? And if we do have an ABC flat here, instead of this being 1 or A, to get a lower high and then move down, if it's a wave C, it could be either a wave 2 or a wave B, because we do have a chance for this to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 right there, right? Let me just put this slightly bigger right there. See if you guys can see it and kind of understand it, right? We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and an ABC flat. This is why this long area is so interesting, because yeah, I'm targeting a day trade long to wave 4, but what if we move up in an impulse, we correct down, and then bang, and it's like, oh man, we're in the long, right? We're in the long. It was not a wave 1 or a wave A, right? It's not a wave 1 or a wave A. It ended up being a wave C on the ABC flat. And we positioned, we're taking some profits. I'm taking some profits, right? I'll be leaving maybe 30, 40%, depending on how confident I am on the movement up. And then it's all about trade management, right? Then we're managing the trade depending on the information. If this is proven corrective with lots of overlap, then we'll say, right, guys, it's time for me to take a bit of more profits on that long and consider the short at resistance. Naturally, this would be maybe tomorrow or even Thursday, right? Depending on the bounce, how slow it's going to be. But the trade is the same, right? This trade is the same. The double bottom into that weekly naked point of control or the daily, right? This bounce over here to reach wave 4 target. It is the same execution. However, on the most bullish case, this movement up is either wave A or wave 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C flat. Maybe this is a wave 2 or a wave B, and we end up getting that rally to, plus 60. At least the local highs is the minimum target at 65.4K from Monday, basically. Maybe even higher, right? Maybe we do end up forming a large impulse to the upside throughout the next week. Maybe it's a correction and we do end up more rolling down. But the entry execution and the stop loss is the same for either the bullish move up, which might get to 67K plus, or it might be a bounce of $1,000, right? And then we just roll over because it ended up being a wave 1 or a wave A. This movement, this impulse down. Because you can fit a corrective structure. We'll go in detail on that with this movement here to the upside. So I know my entry, I know my support, I know my stop loss. And I know the possibility of rallying to 67K plus is there. It is there. Or maybe it's a corrective bounce. So then we either have to add to the short positions, right, from Sunday, Monday. But based on the video that we explained, right, if we get a corrective bounce, very overlappy, very channely, right, then we'll be like, okay, guys, if you did enter this short, it's not a bad idea to maybe add to the position close to where the price action is, or get into a new short, which we need the information, of course, on the bounce to take that decision. Okay, so yeah, just wanted to cover and this is based on one question that I got 15 minutes ago, guys. Sorry about that, but it's good to explain, because the main question from someone in the comment section was, if this is an impulse, can we short the bounce? We can if it's proven corrective and we have an awesome zone of resistance. I mean, the best zone of resistance that we would have to the upside here would have to be this range point of control. Would be a bit of a good bounce, value area low or point of control of this zone, and we need to detect that third wave to the upside. We need to detect this movement up as an ABC and look for the levels of resistance. Golden pocket, right? 7, 8 obviously is going to be the best zone to get the highest point. But yeah, we're just going to have to wait for that information to come, which naturally would be, between Wednesday, of course, and potentially Thursday. Well, we got a long setup. I have a long setup here, but we need to claim the lows. We'll be checking order flow. If we do take them on stream, I'll be taking a look at order flow. How are we coming down here? Is the negative delta with decreasing open interest absolutely awesome? This is a perfect recipe for a double bottom, right? There's been awesome trades throughout the last 1 to 2 weeks based on order flow. Really nice double bottom right there. And what you want to see from that double bottom, look at that bottom right there, okay, that we had at 62.4K, and this was on the 1st of August. The movement down, negative delta, you're getting shorts entering, longs closing at the same time with decreasing open interest and negative delta. That means that you're creating a huge amount of trap short traders here. Decreasing open interest, and that's the trigger. If we get this kind of double bottom, we will see it live. If we get down there, guys, we need to get down there, of course. If we have positive delta, we break in with open interest going up. Not going to be great. Will be difficult. I have to lower risk on my trading setup. But if we get decreasing open interest with negative delta, it's going to be a perfect recipe. You know, the bounce, we got the bounce. This was a cheeky move down. We still formed a higher low and then continue to the upside. This is why stop loss, you know, we still want to have it in place. Very, very good, easy detected ABC here. Flat that we did have. Hang on a minute, let me just clear up this Picasso drawing on the chart. This was actually, you know, I really, really preferred this movement. I mean, this did look more impulsive, where you get your wave 1, 2, 3, a bit of a 4 and 5 right there. ABC aggressive flat. This did look more impulsive. We do have the flat scenario from here. However, you know, this is the beauty about Elliott wave theory, guys. You know, you might think, well, can't this be an ABC flat? Yes. However, if this is going to be an ABC flat for a wave 4, whatever, right, or a lower high and a wave B, or what, well, it doesn't matter. You want the price to not claim that high. You want the price to move down in an impulse, right? If you want this to be a finished ABC flat. If you claim that high, that means that you have a good chance that this is the impulse and what you're forming as a flat here. So a higher low golden pocket 7-8 is very, 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 very likely to happen, just because on that move to the upside here from that, you know, speculative ABC flat, if you were looking at. So as the information evolves, you come to a high probability setup. I mean, this is the beauty about understanding trading and understanding the probabilities on your side. You know, and for me right now, with the information, well, from the information that we had on throughout last week coming into the weekend, it's like, guys, you know, it's very, very likely either a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ABC flat here in this case, but you got 1, 2, 3 high volume on that push up, providing wave 3 price action, wave 4, 5, and this is an ABC flat, or a WXY where you have a zigzag correction and another zigzag here. We know based on Saturday's video update that there is high probability that, you know, we're looking for a rejection here. You know, I need to give several options on how to execute this short on the Saturday video update, for example, right? Double top for the snipers right there, entry, stop loss at the high. Be aware that we might form another top here if we were to form a contracting diagonal, you know, but it's just looking for wicks. You know, these are just, this is just to piss you off, right? As explained, right? Could we double or triple? It's just to piss you off, right? There's lots of resistance here, and this kind of price action is to stop those early shorters or that have stop losses exactly at the high of the previous price action. And sometimes you just need a lower risk, give it a little bit of a breather for a stop loss if you don't have time to catch the double top locally. But yeah, it was pretty obvious, you know, with the information that we had last week, guys. You know, this is a rejection point. You know, the probabilities of rejecting here are very, very high, and we're just explaining how you could enter the setup, basically, right? Fast forward to today, after a few days, you know, we moved down $1,500. So with this information today, you know, look no further. This is the best looking scenario. Not because I want it to be, it's just because it just fits in nicely based on the information that we have. Right? Wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great support here. Great support. And it's simple how to trade it. It is very, very simple how to trade this. You have levels. The levels cannot be broken. If they are broken and they're not reclaimed, there's no long. Despite us talking about this long, it's a great long. You know, I think this is a good long. I'm going to take it maybe on the stream if we get down there, hopefully. It's a great, great long. You know, common target is wave 4. But if we do not get that kind of SFP reclaim look, because the long is here, the long is taken on the reclaim of the level. You need a fake out for your stop loss. If it's broken, There's no long. And I mean, this is the danger of limit longs. You just need to understand, yeah, if I'm going to put a limit long here, you want to give a bit of a breather, but you still need to manage risk, right? I'm not against it as long as this stop loss is going to be 1 to 2% of your account. Give a bit of a breather, right? Of course, because it might just be a punchy wick down from the daily. And obviously, if you're in front of the chart, you can turn it into a much better risk reward, right? If that weekly gets the reaction, stop loss comes at the low, right? And obviously, risk rewards to the highs do become, much better as a risk reward, right? So if you can't be in front of the chart because you need to go and collect your kids from summer camp, right? You need a lower risk on the amount that you usually risk, right? Or and give that wider stop loss, right? Remember, this stop loss in percentage wise of your capital needs to be the same as this one. You need to risk the same amount per trade if you want to remain consistent long term. You can't risk 10% in this trade and 2% in this trade, because it's just gonna break the consistency. It will end up breaking consistency. Always risk the same percentage per trade, guys. Always. 1 to 2, maybe 3 if you're feeling very confident on a trade, but never more than 3, because then you're just going to break the rules. And if you break the rules in trading will break you, right? So we want to be very, very very strict, okay? Very, very strict, because this is high risk. Let's go. High Legend smashed for the legend. Enjoy the marathon stream. Thank you so much, Devil, for joining and giving that insane comment. Much love to you, my man. Great job with the trading community this week, also with YouTube. Marathon stream, my man. Much love. Thanks, Devil, for joining. Devil is an absolute legend. Much love from Chile. Andy, you're my superhero. You taught me how to become a swing trader. Mucho amor, mucho amor. Paz Maria. Hope you're having a great time in Chile. Thanks for joining the stream. We're just talking about you just not long ago, saying that you have to be one of my best students, which is just proving, right, to the community all the different trading setups that you're getting in, sharing any stop losses, right, break evens, but also sharing a profitable trade, which is many. And that is awesome to see from someone that is taking things seriously, right? Very, very good. So super happy for you. It's very, very hard, very, very hard. Trading is hard to manage your emotions, manage your strict rules and plans. We always tend to skip them at some point. I've done that in the past, and I'm just here to remember the rules. Remember the rules. Remember the rules, guys. You're only one trade away from, throwing things down the toilet. Just stick to the rules and you'll be just fine long term. Right. Any bullish things? BC, we're not dropping with bullish CVD divergence. We are not dropping with bullish CVD divergence. This is the main thing that I would be looking at here locally. I know people want to look for a local long or a local short. And this is the best one that I would have at the moment, because we have great support just below the recent lows that we created yesterday. And we have a Elliott wave scenario. This Elliott wave scenario gives us a few chances here. We have the ABC flat for the most bullish case. Always when I see an impulse, I always check where we're coming from, right? What do we have here? And because, if we just blinded in the fact that this is going to be a wave 1 or a wave A, when the bounce happens, people are going to say, right, we're looking for a wave B or a wave 2. I'm going to go aggressive here, stop loss at the highs or whatever, is to speculate on a wave 3. And then this just absolutely rockets, and you just boom, wave 4 and 5, boom, claim the highs, correction down, and then we just continue to the upside. And you're like, oh man, why did we move up if we formed an impulse down from the highs? Because there was a chance for the flat, right? There was a chance for an ABC flat here. There was a chance of this being a 5-wave impulsive move to the upside. So yeah, we always need to consider both scenarios, guys. Always, right? Always. That's what's going to make you a better trader. Never marry, just being bullish or just being bearish. And the sooner you take both scenarios very much into consideration, it's just going to make you a better trader long term. Because, I mean, it doesn't matter. You might think, and this is really interesting. I think this is mainly a newbie, kind of question when I make a video update or I go through many scenarios on a stream. It's like, this guy has no clue what's going to happen. And I have to say, you goddamn right. I don't know what's going to happen. It is true. But I know where to position. I know the possibilities and probabilities. And that's what you need to know when you're trading. I know there's a long setup here. I know the long setup can actually get above the highs created yesterday, because it could be an ABC flat. If that is not the case, and we have something finished at the highs, I know it could be a 1 or an A. But the bounce, regardless, is likely going to happen. So I know where to collect profits. I know how to manage my position, stop loss, be taking profits, covering the fees. It might not protect position if my stop loss, I can cover it on the bounce, right, from the entry. I leave stop loss in place, because as I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect in trading. We can be very good, very bad. I try and improve my trading plans and the way I trade many times, because we did talk about a long setup here. This was on the 1st of August or either the 31st on Friday, right? I think we talked about a double bottom, got support here. But this long was mentioned without a doubt. I remember that it was mentioned. I just don't know quite well if it was Trading Community or YouTube on Friday. I just can't remember. But I know it was mentioned. And it say that if you long that double bottom and you protect, okay, that's fine, right? You're taking profits on this move up. I think it was a long taken on stream. No, this was Saturday. I don't think it was Saturday. Maybe on Friday we mentioned it. I can't remember. Maybe you can remember. You can let me know, guys, in the comment section where did we mention this setup. But you're claiming that lower high. It's obvious take profit zone. If you protect position here, right, you're getting stopped out. The market's stopping you out if you entered that double bottom, and then it's leaving without you. Very difficult kind of price action to enter a trade here. So sometimes based on we don't know how the wave 2s, they might drop down to the 0.88. It is what it is. But sometimes it's worth leaving stop loss in place, right? Just leave it, cover your stop loss as you get this move to the upside. So you're taking over half of your profits, right? And you're leaving a 50% runner. Even if you get stopped out, you still should be making some profits, maybe not as much naturally, but then you're taking advantage of this entire move up that we had last week. And that's where the money is. That's where the money is. So, and as a swing trader myself, I'm always looking for that swing, because I know that's where I'm going to maximize profits. Still have a significant chunk from that swing long position, right? Because if this does go to $70,000, right? Say we break up the local highs and we do pump up to $70,000 in the next, couple of weeks, I will be taking, another 25, even to 50% profits from this long trade that was a trade in the trading community. This was the 1st of July, so this trade has been running for over 5 weeks now, almost 6 weeks. But I know I can still maximize. I'm obviously want to position myself into a short, realizing that we can get down there, but this is still worth leaving open based on the movement down that we got here. I'm giving a chance to the bulls really in the next 1 to 2 weeks to take out 67k high and even higher, right? We just don't know how aggressive the move up can be, because this looks corrective price action. The only main scenario for the bears that we have here on this movement down is an expanding diagonal. And an expanding diagonal is very, very rare, right? It's just because it says it on the book of Elliott Wave Principle, right? It's not because I think it's rare. It's just because it's a rule. It's something that, you know, is in the probability book. And you know, if an expanding diagonal here, as we do have a 5-wave move down, an a WXYXZ is also rare. So if you have a 5-wave move down, which you cannot have an impulse, multiple 1-2s are invalidated. You know, what can it be? What can it be? WXYXZ is rare. It is just something that doesn't happen very much as a corrective move. Most commonly, ABC, ABC flat, ABC zigzag, WXY double zigzag is very common. But WXYXZ is very rare. So I don't like that as a corrective move being finished here. I would rather fit in a WXY double zigzag of some kind, which you can. It's not great based on symmetry, but you can fit a WXY double zigzag in this movement down. It's just not great. So we don't give it high probability that something finished here. And if we think about something impulsive for a wave 1 or a wave A, then yeah, we do have 5 wave down. There's no doubt about it. There's 5 waves here looking at the 1 hour time frame. Can we fit an impulse? No. We don't have a separation in a wave 3, wave 4, 5. There's overlap. We're overlapping the pivot lows with the movement up. We're overlapping them. So yeah, there's no impulse here. Multiple 1-2s. You cannot overlap the previous lower highs, because 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, you know, you're looking for a wave 3 breakdown to follow with 4-5s, which we overlapped this wave 2 with this price action yesterday. So that's not something. We just don't have something motive here. The only scenario would be this one right over here, which is an expanding diagonal. And expanding diagonals are very, very rare, right? It's not common to see them. I have a hard time to find an expanding diagonal. If you ask me right now, look for an expanding diagonal for a wave 1 or wave 2. Wave 1 or a wave A or a wave C of a flat. I just can't find one. You know, I can find an impulse, I can find multiple 1-2s, I can find ABCs, WXYs, but expanding diagonals, man, I just don't. As a wave 1 or a wave A, I just can't find them. So it's just, this is rare. So I know that this is low probability for this to be wave 1 or a wave A. It can be one. So if we were to turn out to this be a wave 1, 2, and then 3, right, 4, 5, you know, we end up moving down either for a wave C or a wave 3, then, you know, I would have to say, guys, the low probability scenario actually played out for this to be wave 1 or A. So yeah, if we can position into a short at resistance, it's obviously good to do, right? If you shorted yesterday or Sunday, right? Based on the options, right, that we do provide as information, right? Education, never say what you need to do, just something that I would do or maybe Deborah would do and how to manage risk. If you did take this short, you can take it as a, you want to collect some profits, cover, stop loss, take a bit of profit so you can go out for dinner, right? But you can take it as a swing. It's one of those, it's a possible swing short, because this could be wave 1 or 8. Are the probabilities great? No, they're not. They're not great. They're not great. So it's always nice to have a position for the potential swing. But does this have a high probability in rolling down from here? I have to say, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. It can, but it's not great. So we trade possibilities and probabilities, right? So you want to collect some profits on the movement down. Yes, if you claim that low, collect a bit more profits depending on the price action. But yeah, so, we have an issue here with this. What scenarios do we have if an expanding diagonal to the downside, regardless, shorting at resistance, guys, is the name of the game, especially considering this movement up, guys. You should be positioned in short, collect some profit, pay your stop loss, run a free trade, right? That's what we try and teach, not telling you what to do. We try and teach how to make this, in a safer way when we talk about risk management, because this is a very, very risky game. If you don't know what you're doing, then you can burn a hole in your pocket, right? Right. So, yeah, I'm actually going from lower time frame to higher time frame instead of going from higher time frame to lower time frame. Unfortunately, now I'm stuck with this, so I just want to cover what's going on here, right? And then we can cover what's going on with this movement up. We're going backwards. we're going from low time frame to high time frame instead of high time frame to low time frame, which is kind of it's better to be organized. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll continue that this way. Anyway, much love to everybody. Thanks for joining. Okay, just a quick hi. I'm not sure if anybody has some questions. Luckily, I only went to Gordon Valley. Okay, Uncle Krill. I think we don't take the low. Maybe we don't. If we do, there's an interesting long setup, right? For me anyway, I know how to position. I know how to manage risk. If we do take the low, there's an interesting support bounce, Elliott wave theory bounce explanation, basically. Good support. We got a daily and a weekly. We don't want those levels to be broken. If they are broken and price trades beneath them, there's no long setup. Those levels need to hold and reclaim after a fake out, because the fake out's going to be my stop, give or take $100, $200 as a breather, right? Below the low of the fake out. So, and this is why wave 4s, they're just there's some risk. The risk reward is not great. It's not my favorite trade setups to get into, basically. And with the information that I have from last week with this price action, man, the best long would be, with the information of the last 24 hours, would be that wave 5 at support, which can be a correction and break down, right? I understand that. Or can form an impulse to the upside, or a double 1-2 impulse, boom, boom, 4-5. Then we're like, holy smokes, this is actually going higher. The entry and the stop is the same at the levels. What's different is the profit. We don't know what kind of profit we can get. It can be huge or it can be average, right? That's what I don't know here. depending on the information, we need to adjust the trade. So I rather want to know my entry and my stop loss rather than where I'm taking profits. Because if you're entering a trade not knowing exactly your invalidation or your stop loss, but you do know your profits, right? You think you want to go to, very high levels, then you have a problem if you don't know your invalidation. Anyway, let's go through the scenarios. I just want to go quickly through the comment section. We're holding three drive pattern. Three drive pattern here. Three drive pattern is possible. Harmonic three drive pattern for that bounce. This would come more as a wave 3 and 4 5s, really, when we consider Elliott wave theory. Or, well, I mean, the bounce on a three drives pattern on most of the harmonic patterns is coming to the golden pocket. Your long on a three drives pattern is at the third drive, right? Basically, when we consider harmonic, and your target zone, your first main target zone when we talk about harmonics on a three drives pattern is the golden pocket. If you have a three drives pattern, you want to get into the third drive, right? 1, 2, 3 at support, and you want to take profit at the golden pocket. So I mean, yeah, this three drive pattern kind of played out already because your target is the golden pocket. If you want to consider harmonics, it doesn't mean that you need to take out the highs. Muy importante to understand when we talk about harmonics. No. Right. Andy or anybody here could advise how to set up weekly naked point of control. Well, if you want accurate levels, you can use Atos. More accurate, you can also use range point of controls, okay, from the previous week. That's literally this one over here, okay, as you can see. So you need a previous week range, right? A previous week range. And that's how you do it. You use fixed volume profile, okay? Fixed volume profile. And that's how you get it, basically, right? Fixed volume profile is the fifth tab here on the left on TradingView. I'm not sure if you guys can see this. Did I? Yeah. Okay, we got that right. Fixed volume profile from a previous week that hasn't been, you've spit out from that zone with this week's price action or last week's price action. So you spit out of the zone, right? If in the week you're trading at the point of control, it doesn't become naked, right? So if this opening week you're trading in this zone, it doesn't become a naked one, right? So that's how you use it. It's the fifth tab here on TradingView, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The eighth tab here, fixed volume profile, and you can get a fixed volume profile from a previous week or any previous weeks, okay? And that's how you get that, big high volume node, which is it turns into a weekly range point of control, right? As you can see right there. just to answer the question from somebody. That was asking here in the comment section. Let's go right away. Continue through comment section. Legends, thanks for joining the stream and smashing up the like button. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes. That would be awesome. Man, I just need to organize myself a little bit more with what I'm talking about. There's a lot of information, and I'm just making a big mess about the information. But anyway, I hope that you're enjoying the answers from the questions, education, as we do the analysis as well, right? A little bit messy, but overall, I believe a major dip is coming soon. August could be a very red month. Yeah, August has been quite red on average throughout the last few decades. August is usually red more than green. We could have it based on the analysis. It is possible. Probabilities are not incredibly great. We do have this price action, which is disturbing. We can fit an expanding diagonal as a wave 1 or a wave A, which means that yeah, we could form a wave 3 without a doubt, right? Then wave 4 and 5, coming into September. We could see that. We could see that, no doubt, because we do have a movement down that could be an expanding diagonal for a wave 1 or a wave A, right? Most bearish being a wave 1, because then you want wave 3, 4, 5. It is possible, right? We just need to trade the possibilities as well, right? But collect some profits. Let me know if anybody's in a short from the value area and the weekly level, right? Double top that we created yesterday, which was an option, right? For the people that wanted to go to bed and just short on Sunday with a bit of a wider stop loss, it's worth having some of this position that explained on the Saturday video update, right? Could it be a double? Could it be a triple? Hey, if you want to just short and leave a bit of room for stop loss, just be aware that risk reward is going to decrease a little bit. Still going to be good, but it's the trading plan that was suggested on Saturday. Watch before Monday, guys. Watch before Monday. It's great videos because Monday we get the moves, right? Usually Sunday, Monday is where we get a move. And if we have information of what's happened through the week for a high probability rejection or a bounce, if we had support, you need to pay attention. You need to watch it before Monday, because on Tuesday, we dropped already, right? We dropped already over $1,000, and you already should be positioned. And getting into short here is as a swing, right? Because you're going to get a bounce. You're going to go, there is a bullish case for an ABC flat. It's not a great short, not a great idea to short here. I mean, as a scalp short, yes, for a wave 4 in this case. Looks like we could be getting the movement down for the stream. Let's see. Let's go. Let's get that movement down to the lows, into our levels of support, and check the reaction. Check if we can get into that trading setup. Vámonos. Let's go. We are moving down in the end as the priority of the scenario, right? ABC did not have priority. 5 wave impulse has priority over an ABC here. So let's see if we can get those lows being taken, come into support. We'll be taking a look at order flow. We want to see that order flow being going down in open interest. That's what we want to see, but we want to see it at the lows. We want to see big volume trying to break those lows with incredible decreasing on open interest. Let's go. Vámonos. Okay, let me go. We might get this on stream. Let me go right away through the comment section. Hang on a minute, guys. Let's do a like button recount. Just making sure I got the alerts here. And getting the exchange ready. Because I'm already in that long on bluffing from the lows of July. And I don't want to add to that position. I don't have multiple entries still on bluffing. So I want to preserve this one. I don't want to, because I know we can take the lows. It has to be a new day trade long position. As soon as I close this position, I will put multiple orders on bluffing, and I will be trading mainly on bluffing. It could be in swing trades, day trades, scalps. I think I will put most of the capital in bluffing, but overall, it's nice to have another exchange for day trades or scalps as well. Just gives you that flexibility of not having all your capital in one exchange only, right? Okay. Right, quick go through the comment section, guys. Give me a second. I'll just get a drink of water, stretch my legs, and let's see if we do get that movement down to the levels of support so we can get into that live trade entry. Let's see. Let's check how many likes we do have here. It would be awesome if we can get to 200 likes. We're over 300 people, and we'll discuss the other scenarios on the 1 hourly. Okay, but this is my local trade idea for today, potentially, maybe in the next hour or so, if we can get down to the lows. And I am targeting the wave 4 highs on a reaction of the weekly naked point of control or the daily. This is the zone where I'm going to execute the long on the reaction. Managing risk, I know my stop loss, I know the projection, I know Elliott wave theory. It's a long that I would want to hold some. I would want to hold some of this long position because of the possibility of a wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and an ABC here to the downside. Okay, and this trade might turn into an epic long, right? It might just break out the local highs, and all of this is an ABC, right? Or a wave 3, right? The most bullish case, but overall take out the highs. That would be the main target. It could be the trade of the week. So let's get down there and see if we can get the reaction. Remember, no reaction, no reclaim of the levels. Break down. You know what happens if it breaks down? No trade. That's what happens. If you break the level, no trade. No trade. You need a reclaim. You need a fake out so we can have a stop loss and good risk. Right, let me just take a drink of water and stretch my legs a little bit. We have CPI tomorrow. I'll go through the comment section, and then no more comment section. We'll break down the 1 hour time frame, understand the different scenarios from this movement, and understanding the different scenarios from this movement combined with the lows created here in July, right? All of this. What combinations, what probabilities do we have considering Elliott wave theory with the levels, guys? That's going to be done right now after the comment section. We'll just do 2-3 minutes of comment section, and then we'll start off with this. I'm just stretching it, guys, because I'm sticking around here for another few hours, guys. So bear with me because we've got lots to talk about. And I like jumping in the comment sections because I know we need to answer some questions. But you know the deal. If you want the direct trading setups that myself or Devil's been mainly covering the week. Last week, I'm here this week, of course, as well. I'll be updating some scenarios and setups. We do hint on YouTube some scenarios, but if you want the local, consistent setups and analysis that we are looking for, you want to join the trading community, guys, send me the word access. I will send you the information. If you sign up throughout one of the affiliate links, Bluffin, 2bit, you got Weeks, you got Kraken, you got many different options. Minimum deposit for your own trading. You just trade as you usually do. You're paying a fee anyway, of course, and you just trade as you do, and you can get access in the trading community and access to all of these different powerful tools. Order flow, which is very good for trading decisions at certain levels, right, of confluence for the trading style that we have. CVD divergence, you got all sorts here, and mindpillar.com, which you do also get, guys, by trading on one of the affiliate links. Okay, you trade as you do. You just trade throughout one of the exchanges that we do have down below as you sign up. Okay. If you want more information in detail, you can send me the word access. You'll get an automated message. But if you continue talking, I will jump in there and have, we can have a conversation if you wish. So, right. Links are in the description. How to join with Kraken. You can join with Kraken. You have the link down below. Okay. Get in contact with me. Okay. Send me the word access. There's an automated system, of course, right? We need help with automated systems, of course. But if you speak for a while, I will end up, responding. Okay. But yeah, you do have Kraken as an option. It's in the description. And a lot of people like Kraken. They do have a very, very good, strong track record. So yeah, I see a lot of people, really, really liking Kraken. Right, let me just get a quick 2-minute break, guys. Okay, and stretch my legs. I'm just gonna go to the washroom. Okay, back in 2 minutes, guys. Let me just stretch legs and smash up the like button if you do enjoy the content. We'll cover the 1 hour time frame. We'll cover the 4 hour time frame and try to come to the conclusion. But we know where the setup was on the weekend. We knew that this zone was a rejection point, and for you to be positioned in this zone made a lot of sense. If you wanted, right? I'm saying myself or Devils, right, mainly. And today it's pretty damn clear. There is a long-in setup here that I would enjoy to take on stream, just so you can see the risk management, how we execute, right? And this is why we create these long streams, so you can see a little bit of action, right? From the coaches, basically, right? Anyway, let me just stretch legs. I'll be back in a second. Okay, sorry about that, legends. We need to stretch legs if we're doing these long streams. And take a piss if you wish. Right. quick comment section. Where did he go? Where did he go? Where is he? Stretching legs, just went to the washroom. Kraken is great for spot and etc. Yeah, it's good. I've used Kraken many times my first few years. It's also good. They're going big on futures. They do have Kraken Pro, of course, right? Which is mainly for futures. And they do have pretty decent volume. And what they do have is a very good track record, right? They've been active for, I think, 12 years now, since 2014. That's where I bought my first crypto. Okay. Actually, I'm lying. It was on Coinbase. But then I saw the fees on Coinbase were pretty crazy. And I flipped to Kraken as a second exchange that I used for spot back in the day in 2018. And then obviously Bybit came along, and there's just so many exchanges. They're all good. I want to buy my spot on Kraken. Yeah, Kraken's good. Kraken is very, very good. Fees are very low as well. Andy, read earlier comments. Yes, I will go through earlier comments, of course. Andy, we love you. Love you too. I'm still in the 67.1 short and a few more scalp shorts as well from 65.2. Look, I love to brag about Beth Maria Vallejos because she's really, really good, right? We want to brag from the success of people taking the shorts and longs and good trading setups. But absolutely awesome to see that. Beth Maria, very, very good indeed. Yes, in a short from Sunday, says Master Tete. Great. I know a lot of you do pay attention on the videos and enjoy watching and listening. A lot of people they do give up. Trading is a career where a lot give up, guys. It is. But if you stay consistent and you wait and you plan and you manage risk, it's beautiful. Trading is really, really beautiful because we love how the levels are respected, our analysis is respected. Most of the times, I have to say, sometimes price does something completely different from 3-4 scenarios that we talked about, and it's like, then it's a walk of the shame. But I'm happy to do the walk of the shame because it's not many that I get. Maybe once a month or once every 2 months or so, right? There's always one time that I need to come and say, guys, oh man, what we talked about yesterday was BS. Nothing happened. As we mentioned, right, the 3-4 scenarios. And it's interesting because I do get some people asking about, not asking, but commenting, this guy is super random, right? He's talking about 4 or 5 scenarios. He has no clue what's going to happen. And that is true. Nobody knows what's going to happen or where the next price action in the next 24 hours. What we do know is how the price usually moves and how it can move and where are the levels where it can get respected. And that's, creating the different trading plans that we do, right? I don't really bother about these comments because it's obviously people that are not traders and do not understand. They want something that's 100% accurate. Tell me exactly what you think is going to happen and what levels is going to happen, is going to get rejected or bounce, right? I can just tell you, right, today, for example, there's a higher probability that this is a impulse on the formation rather than an ABC. So very, very locally, you're prioritizing to take out the lows. You need to form a lower high at the 382 50% zone, which is the common fourth target area. And your invalidation is golden pocket. You want to short this zone, your stop loss is here. Look no further, right? And the target is the lows. We do understand probabilities and possibilities. Yeah, it could have been an ABC. Yes, it could have been an ABC. This is why wave fours, take them with a grain of salt, right? Okay, so much love, Beth Maria Vallecos. Absolutely awesome. I'll be a forever Andy student. Much love. Maybe you end up passing the master, right? That's what it's all about. I hope that a lot of you become better at analyzing and trading than myself. I seriously want that for many of you. Be better than the master, right? It's always like that. It always happens. There's always going to be a few that ends up being better than me. And you started off learning with me, maybe, right? Or I've been the third or fourth coach, guru. And you end up becoming a better analyst and trader and see more things and get into better trades than myself. It's it. Kraken is good. It is. Andy, I brag so much about you. All my friends are so jealous and want to study with you as well. Well, they know where to find us, okay? We are looking to expand our educational content as well in the community. This is something I'm discussing with Deviled, that we need more education on Elliott wave theory, on the levels, and we just want to expand so much. As being the leaders in educating and proving that trading, does work. Insane bullish CVD divergence. Oh, don't tell me that. Do we have insane bullish? What time frame is that? 3 minutes. Oof, we got Bybit shorts here coming in like crazy. Bybit US dollar. They are coming in. Yeah, well, they're not insane, but there is some local bullish CVDs here. There is some local bullish CVDs. Higher lows and lower lows on the CVD right there. So cheeky bounce. However, I have a problem here. Even though, regarding Elliott wave theory, this does look very three wavy, we gotta say. It does look very, very three wavy. So with this movement down, we're still prioritizing to take out that low locally here, because the only bullish scenario that comes to my mind here would be a double 1-2, 1-2, and another 1 and 2. However, this second wave 1, it is quite longer. Yeah, this is not great. Yeah, 1.6 for a second wave 1. It's not great. So we prefer it as a wave C and a 3-wave correction, giving priority to claim that low at some point in the next coming hours. Very, very likely. So I mean, for a long position here is just not, for having something motive here, it's not great. So for me, even though we bounce, this would be a bad decision long. Can I target the highs? I think this is not a great trade based on probabilities, despite having bullish CVDs. Remember, bullish CVD divergence, you want them in your favor. You want them with a high probability Elliott wave scenario. You want to follow the trend. So if you have bullish CVD divergence here, understanding that this is likely a corrective bounce, these bullish CVD divergence are not in your favor. So naturally, getting into long here, you need a stop loss. So would I put stop loss very far away? It's just it's not good practice. Could we bounce because of the bullish CVDs? Absolutely. It's not a great setup based on high probability, right? You know, having bearish CVD divergence, like from here to here, right, based on Elliott wave theory, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you have bearish CVDs here, higher highs on CVD right there, and lower highs on price action, then this becomes a great short as of wave 4, right? You know your stop loss, which is the golden pocket, right? Always consider the general local trend and the priority, right, of this being a 5-wave move down, right? These bullish CVDs right there, yeah, it can be cheeky and it gets a bounce, but it's not going in your favor based on the analysis, right? I would say, based on my analysis anyway. Right, it is time to talk about Elliott wave theory. It's time to consider this price action and this price action and see what we have. Congratulations for people that considered taking a short from 65k region, right? Shout out to Devil, who is giving the local trading analysis and setups that he's looking for. I am here this week, so I will be updating the trading community as well regarding my new setups. On Saturday, we did talk about this zone, weekly value area high. You can trade it as enter with a limit, put a stop loss, you know, give a bit of room for stop because it can be wicky. Whoever entered this, you know, manage risk and is making some profits, absolutely great. This is based on my suggestion, my analysis, right? It's just it's analysis on the chart, right? I never say what to do, what you need to do. It's something that I would do, and if you followed up, then you're in the green, right? This is Saturday's video update. Go and check it out. It did get a bit of love. It did get some views and some likes, a few comments. Watch before Monday. Monday we did get the move down, so right, much love everybody. Thanks. The video updates are pure gold. Thank you so much. Beth Maria, I'm waiting for the daily level lower. Yeah, we've got a daily, and we also have that weekly naked point of control. That this is the thing, I would be happy to attempt the weekly level as well. Okay, where's that weekly level? That weekly naked point of control, which is from the previous week range, which is just slightly below us, right? Slightly below the low that was formed yesterday. And it is true that we have a daily, but I would be willing to long also that weekly naked point of control. I would also be willing to long here, because sometimes you front run a daily, right? You get that reaction and then you start moving the other side. If it's broken, I would be very much happy to long the daily on the reaction, right? Very important for the reaction. So yeah, that's mainly the local trading setup of today. But as I am waiting for that level, I have no local setup here where we at. The option to short the wave 4 was there, but just waiting patiently to see how we come down into the levels for that potential bounce. We always need to remember the levels and the trading plan, because you know the levels are there. We might just get that long scalp setup, and coming down now, so we are close to those lows. Always being aware that a wave 5 could extend, right? We never know if a wave 5 is going to be shallow, right? Wave 5s can double bottom the wave 3, but they can also break down and form an expanding wave 5, right? Which is not very common if your wave 3 has also been relatively large, right? This is lower probability, but it still can happen. So this is why we need a trading plan, right? What if we break those levels? What if we break the weekly naked point of control, or we break the the daily level, right? What if we break it? Am I going to be caught longing and underwater? I won't, right? And hopefully a lot of you won't also, right? Because you know how to execute and manage risk. You know where the price needs to reclaim to enter stop loss, right? Boom, boom, boom. You're looking for that bigger bounce to the upside, either here or either here. Don't get caught underwater if we break. So that's the trading plan here. There we go. We're coming down into the level. Let's see how this moves down. We're going to zoom in on the 5 minute. A bit of volume coming in right now, so we want to be aware. 5 minute, bit of overlap. Little reaction here at the weekly naked point of control. I'll remain a bit patient. Bit of high volume. Let's take a look at order flow right now, because this might be the long setup that we are waiting for. Quick little reaction. Wow, that was quick, guys. That was really quick. But yeah, order flow, we got open and open interest going down with negative delta, which is kind of good. It's good for that reaction bounce. I like that open interest going down with negative delta. Not well, it is quite large. You're getting shorts down here. Negative delta on this lower part of this 30-minute candle. So it is a valid entry. If it is broken, then our next level would be the daily, right? So the probabilities of this movement down from the local price action is basically coming into place right now, right? Which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This had a higher chance of being a wave 4, this being a wave 3, 4, and 5, and this had a higher chance of being an impulse formation 5-wave move rather than an ABC, right? Because C waves are not usually twice the length of A wave, right? So you understand that an impulse here has a priority. Right, let's see if that weekly naked point of control can get that reaction bounce. I am in the long setup, guys. I am in the long. Stop is $100 beneath the recent lows, give or take. If we do end up breaking down, I think it's valid for a long stop loss. Give a bit of room. Remember, I am projecting a larger bounce to happen in the next coming hours. And the next level that I would be interested in is the daily. Okay? Is the daily. Let's see if we do get the bounce. A little bit concerned of the volume here. yeah, a little bit concerned of this price action on the 3 minute. Or a multiple 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, and this is an extended fifth wave on the 3 minute time frame. It actually would be okay for this to be an impulse, because if this is, yeah, it's still good for that bounce in this zone. You could double bottom here locally, right? This is why I like to give a bit of room for stop loss, not stuck to the low. Give a bit of a breather. It is good support. It is reacting. On the 3 minute time frame, do we get the chance of having an impulse here to the downside? Do we have a chance here? Yeah, a 5 wave move here is possible with an extended fifth wave. And this is 3 minute time frame. Could be a cheeky double bottom. Very locally here. I don't like this very much for a double 1, 2, because your second wave 1 is longer. Let's see. If we do get the breakdown, then we just have to accept that this scalp long is going to be a stop loss. And I'll have to be waiting. For the daily level. So we're testing the lows again. Hopefully we do reclaim that level. Extended wave 5. We didn't overlap wave 1. Wave 2 is here. Golden pocket. I mean, the 3 minute time frame can be a little bit of a confusing thing. I don't like the double 1, 2. Because this second, if this is going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right, you're 4, 5ing here. Very, very possible. Very, very possible, of course. Just creates that. There's 4, 5s, you got 1, 2s. The bigger move with volume happening here. It could be a bit choppy if we do not bounce from here. Just need to be aware of this. And I think waiting for that daily, if we do not bounce from here. Two main options that I'm looking at here, very, very locally. We're not going to end up looking at the 1 hour, 4 hour time frame. But this is a valid long already for me, okay? Because there is that chance of that 5 wave move down in an expanding wave 5, wave 5 extension. A bit of noise down here. We do have decreasing open interest. Let me go to the lower time frame here 1 second. We got a little squeeze up here on open interest. Yeah, negative open interest on the movement down in the last 10 minutes. So it's looking good for the double bottom. Basically, it is looking pretty good for this to hold. And if it doesn't, and if we don't get the bounce from here in the next coming hours, what could I be looking for? And what I would be looking for here is the 4, 5s, just in case this does become double 1, 2. I want to see a little bit of the choppiness here into that daily, right? If we do drop down, stopped out, little bounce range, I need to look for the double bottom, triple bottom later on into the daily, preferably. Just understanding that, you know, if this is a 3-wave ABC as explained at the beginning of the stream, and we are prioritizing to take out the low, detecting the wave 5 on the lower time frame That's what we need to study here locally. Order flow is looking good. We have decreasing open interest with negative delta on the movement down. That is what we want to see. Which is giving us a good chance to get that bounce, okay? So let's see, we're just sitting there at the moment. If we do move down, basically, a little bit more, shallow bounce, we could be looking for this still being the wave 3, and wave 4 and 5s are still not in yet. The idea here, okay, the main idea of this is to look for a finished impulse formation. Okay, looking for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the idea of this trading setup, either bouncing at the weekly naked point of control or the daily, is to look for a bounce to potentially claim this peak high or the 382 Fibonacci, which is like minimum zone. Can bounce to the 50 or golden pocket, but it's very, very common to claim the wave 4 target. I wouldn't expect this to be today, more rather in the next today, tomorrow, right? Get a bounce, get a correction, and then move up. And if that doesn't happen here, where we are at this weekly naked point of control, I'm looking for this to happen possibly at the daily if we do create those 4 5s here. It's already good to considering the open interest going down with the negative delta, right? When we do zoom in on the 5 minute, because we could do this is the good thing about the delta here on the lower time frame when you're considering a day trade scalp, right? On the 30 minute, you might think, well, you got a wick here on the open interest with negative delta. So is it possible that this negative delta has open interest, and that's when you need to zoom in on lower time frames and big red delta right there with decreasing open interest. So the lower time frames is confirming that there's decreasing open interest with a negative delta, which makes it a weak breakout attempt from the breakdown attempt, right? Which is obviously giving you that long opportunity, that long trigger at this weekly naked point of control. So we're combining this with Elliott wave theory, and we know there's a good high probability bounce either here or either here. So the risk management needs to be taken, obviously, with risk management is your best tool, right? Not order flow, not Elliott wave theory, not naked point of controls. Your risk management is the best tool, right, that you have. Right. My man Joy, how are you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. We have the 82k VWAP. Daily naked point of control is also golden pocket. ETH hasn't taken low yet, so I think daily will be a good level. Wayne also very much. It all depends on your risk tolerance, right? I'm in the long. I'm getting a bit of room for stop loss. Okay, so I am in that long, and bit of room for stop loss, which is totally fine. And that daily level, if I'm targeting the highs, the risk reward is a 4-to-1 risk reward, right? That's the main target idea, which could take till tomorrow, right? Because then you bounce, you correct, you form a higher low. This is a trade that could take 24 hours easily. But I'll be happy to get stopped out here with this trade as an intraday. And I will risk the same amount on this scalp. It's a day trade. And look to enter the daily. When I consider Elliott wave theory, of course, I need to be aware of the noise that this can create. So we got a possibility of a 5-wave move down with an expanding fifth wave, extension basically, right? A fifth wave extension, which is not, I mean, this is the 3-minute time frame. We are hitting a major level. It's more common to see fifth wave extensions on the 3-minute, 1-minute time frame, right? Rather than the 1 hour, right, or 4-hour time frame. And because of the decreasing open interest with negative delta at the support to claim these lows, right? It's kind of a liquidity grab. That this does have a chance of being the low. So, for me, the trading plan here is sometimes we need to sacrifice a stop loss, right? Sometimes you need to. And sometimes people prefer the daily level, right? I can see in the comment section, I think daily level is a good level. I'm going to wait for the daily. And sometimes the price will just create that bounce already from here, right? But sacrificing a stop loss is okay. It is okay, because this trade, if this doesn't play out and I get stopped out by $1,000, slightly above $1,000 in that trade, I know that there is a good chance if we break the daily, then it is what it is. I get stopped out from that trade, right? And the daily's broken. I'm like, well, then we're possibly forming a fifth wave extension here. We got 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5, and it just extends a little bit more. That's the thing about Elliott wave theory, right? You never know exactly how far a wave can extend, because wave ABC common target is the 1 to 1 to the 1 2 3 6, but a wave C can hit the 2 to 1. You can reach a 2 to 1. Wave 5, it is not common to be much longer than a wave 3, but you do get them, right? You do get them. So when you have a possibility of having a 5-wave move to the downside to get below the third wave, your barrier, right, that you do not want the price to break through is the confluence points, right? Weekly naked point control, the daily level. And if it is broken, I mean, you need to consider lower levels, of course, which I don't have much. I think we don't have much as of levels. So if you break them, I'm not that interested in the long. If you break these levels, they need to be tapped and reclaimed, or tapped and reclaimed. Because if it's broken, then I can lose a significant chunk of my capital, right? Which I do not want to do. And someone was saying we have also the daily level with the golden pocket, right? From the pivot low to the pivot high. I mean, it is nice. It is a nice level. Daily level is actually good. It could be a good second attempt. I know if we do break down to the daily, I will very likely make profits, and make back my stop loss. Because the entry would be the daily, stop loss beneath the low of the reaction, of course. And, I would be targeting the highs, which is a common target after an impulse, right? The wave 4 is a common target to hit. And, if I'm risking $1,000 here, just out of an example to round stuff up, I'm looking for a 5K profit. So the total profit would be 4,000, right? Instead of 5,000, because I got stopped out from this trade. So, I mean, it's worth sometimes risking a stop loss because you know you have a very, very good level below you from this weekly naked point of control. And this could be one that does get the bigger bounce, right? It can create that noise. If we do kind of this price action, then it's going to be very, very good for the long setup, because if this is not a 5-wave move down in an extension, I'm a little bit skeptical about this wave 4, because it kind of scratched the golden pocket from that lower high to the low. Kind of scratched that golden pocket, and that's not ideal. So yeah, movement down here. What I would be aware of if we do create the choppiness, if this is not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a extended fifth wave, then I am aware of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, I would be aware of this, of course. If we just range here, hang on a minute, I'm just trying to get this right. I'm aware of this, for example. It would just be a little bit messy, but this would be ideal for the long. So if the price ranges a little bit here and then claims the low, say in the next couple of hours, right? Well, maybe 1 hour or so. So it ranges a little bit here for an hour, then moves down. I'm very much aware of that. This being the wave 3 right there. And that's your wave 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So double 1, 2, double 4, 5. Right, you got the high volume here. That's your wave 3. And it just creates that choppy early longs, such as myself, get stopped out. And then once you come down on the latest fifth wave, you do get that bounce coming into tomorrow, right? It's a long in zone regardless for me anyway. Regardless if I'm risking a stop here. Just understanding, even if I get stopped out, I am going to make that stop loss back if we react at the daily and I manage to enter again here. And you might think, well, why don't you wait for that daily level? Because there's someone saying, there's a better level. The daily level is, in confluence with the golden pocket from the rally that we had last week, right? From the rally, the move up that we got last week. Golden pocket from the low to the high is where we have that daily. Remember, we do get lots of front runs as well, right? If you have a favorite level, lots of front runs. And I have a reason here to get into the trade, because I know if I get stopped out here in this one, I know I'm going to get that stop loss back, because the probabilities of bouncing in this zone is just very, very high based on the information that we have, right? And if you ask me, what information do we have? Well, the information that we have is from the highs of yesterday or Sunday evening. The probabilities of having an impulse down is just very, very high, right? The bummer would be that you form a fifth wave extension here, right? You end up having a fifth wave longer than the third wave. And that's why we manage risk. We just need to be aware of one of these levels not holding, right? And that's totally your responsibility to manage your risk, your risk tolerance that you have. Because I know some people would just say, right, I'm going to add a huge amount of longs here stacked longs, because regardless, we're looking for a long, because we're looking for a 5 waver, 5th wave to finish. This is good support. Order flow looks great. But if you don't manage risk, and you like really blinded on this, you're risking 5 to 10% of your account on this trade, then you're going to blame, right? You're going to blame the analysis is wrong. The bounce didn't happen. It broke down. And this is where your risk management is your best friend. Okay. So yeah, just to be aware of the possibilities. But I think it is highly likely that we either bounce at the weekly or we bounce at the daily. There's a very, very good chance considering order flow here as well. Order flow does look good with that drop, with decreasing open interest, hitting the lows with negative delta. It's the Elliott wave scenario here that's a little bit, yeah. Lower time frame Elliott wave scenarios, they're not perfect. They're not perfect, unfortunately, because it's just too much noise when you're looking at lower time frame than 5 minutes. So a multiple 4-5 here is something that could happen in the next coming hours. I would be happy to, if we're going to claim the low, say that I get stopped out and we create that choppiness here. I probably won't be on the live stream, but I will be updating the community, because I would be very, very interested if we create this choppiness here. Say that I get stopped out from this trade and we slow down. This is the kind of price action that I want to see. But here, right? I want to see this here. So if I get stopped out, we broke below the weekly naked point of control, and we're just trading between the weekly naked point of control and the daily, with the daily not being tapped. If we're in this region, I'm not interested until we form the 4-5. So ready for that local stop loss to be hit, and then just remain a little bit patient here. Still good considering the higher time frame. Daily level does have a little bit of more confluence combined, because we do have also the golden pocket from the pivot low to the pivot high, which someone did point out here in the comment section. It just becomes a little bit more attractive. Okay, so if I were to get stopped out from this trade, I will be getting into a long, very likely, if we have 4-5s again, and we'll share that on tomorrow's live stream, or we'll be updating the trading community, of course, as well. And I'm just sharing how I position myself, right? We don't need to be scared of a stop loss or feel bad about a stop loss if you have another plan, right? I understand that looking from yesterday's highs at 65.4, I am looking for a highly likely 5 wave move down. I mean, if we do put a channel here from wave 1 and 2 and wave 1, I mean, yeah, perfect. Wave 4 rejection from the lower part of the channel here. This is just a very, very classic impulse down. And 5th wave, we got lots of support here. So preferably either the weekly or the daily does hold. If none of these hold, damn, we don't have much level. So under the golden pocket, at least I don't have. We got a little bit of a consolidation right there. Maybe there's a 2-hour order block right over here. That would be pretty steep and low. But yeah, if we break the daily, I have to say I'm not. If we break the daily, we don't reclaim it. I'm personally not interested in any long trades in this area. You know, we've got the gap. There's a gap right there. We don't have much confluence, unfortunately. I mean, this range to be a range, yeah, highest volume node is here, which is the weekly naked point of control. Between 63.4 and 62.5, I'm seriously not interested in considering a long. So yeah, that weekly naked point of control, which we are at the moment, we're getting a little reaction in the long setup. If this doesn't hold, or this doesn't hold, I will not enter a long. I mean, I'm in a long now, but I'm ready to get stopped out because I got a plan at the daily, right? And if we do get that choppiness, as explained on the 3 minute, 4 minute, it's super important, you know. There's only two main scenarios that I have here, which it's either bounce from here or bounce from here later on, right? So I know there's these two options. So as I do have these two options, I can enter along here or I can enter along here. If this is a stop loss, I know that this trade, I'm allowed 2 trades in the day, even though the first one is a stop. You don't want to overtrade as well, guys. You know, this is just a plan, right? If this ends up breaking down, or if it's a double stop loss, we'll inform either the trading community or on the YouTube live stream tomorrow. We'll talk about it, right? So we will share this. We'll share the loss. We'll share what's been the basically the journal of the day, right? But there's a very, very good chance of either these two scenarios happening. Bounce either here or bounce either here. And let's just imagine that the price moves down in the next, 30 minutes, let's say. Just roll down from here. And it just breaks the daily. I am not going to enter that long. If this is broken, I cannot long anywhere in this area. We need that reaction move up. The plan is as so, right? Give it a bit of room, targeting the high, so it is a good risk to reward ratio trade, right? If it's not going to be this one here, which is obviously just claiming the highs as the TP1. So we'll see. We'll see. It would be nice to get. And regarding Elliott wave theory, it's either this 112. This fits nicely for the wave 3. This fits nicely for the wave 3 because of high volume and the the separation that we've had from this possible 1-2, and then have this kind of price action in the next 2 to 3 hours. If we move up, then move down, then range and move, this is the moment I want to get ready, because then this really increases the probability of getting the bounce throughout Wednesday and Thursday. This is if we get this kind of price action moving down into the close to the daily, it's going to be a very high probability bounce based on the information that we have from this drop. So ready to get stopped, ready with this plan, which would take a few hours naturally, 2 to 3 maybe hours. This is the 3-minute chart. But I don't want to miss the bounce, right? I don't want to miss it. I understand we're hitting a weekly naked point of control, right? This weekly naked point of control is taken from the consolidation of previous weeks, right? They haven't overlapped, right? We do have support. We do have that weekly naked point of control. We are getting a reaction. And when we zoom in on the 15-minute time frame on this price action, we do have the possibility of a 5-wave move, right, to be completed, or close to being completed, which naturally brings that bounce for an ABC or a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Who knows? But at least get up to the wave 4 zone, which is very, 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 very common target. And on the 3-minute, the chance of having an impulse is there, which would be there 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Little bit of a red flag here, but because it's the 3-minute time frame, it doesn't really matter. Little red flag on that wave 4, because you're kind of scratching the golden pocket. But your hard invalidation is the wave 1, which was not reached. Okay, so yeah, we're going to give this a chance for an extended wave 5 impulse, just because the support is good. So yeah, that's a little bit of the plan here, guys. Right, can't go over it too much. I think it's relatively simple to understand. And yeah, let's see if we do manage to get the bounce here, or later on, maybe at the daily, after a bit of choppiness, a bit of a slowdown here into 4-5s, right? There's a chance to bounce here. There's the chance to bounce here. Manage risk accordingly. Stop loss. Happy to re-enter later on, right? I think the plan is relatively simple, and the risk management is simple to understand. Right, let's go through. Can we just go? I'm going to leave the chart here on another tab on the other screen, just so we can do the higher time frame analysis if we can. I've got an alert down here. I've got the other chart on the screen, just in case I do get stopped out and we claim the lows and we come down to the daily, so we do get that live trade setup. But I want to go through the higher time frame, right? We got the setups planned for the day here, guys. Okay, and that's literally looking for that bounce of about $1,000 on average. So let's talk about the different scenarios on the higher time frame. Smash up the like button if you do enjoy the content. Remember, if we are on YouTube and we do get the trading plans, I will take them here, just so you see the management and what would be my plan if I get stopped out, right? And what I'm risking and how I can make that stop loss back, 4 or 5 times. So not worried, right? We are staying grounded, we're managing risk, and just so you can see the potential of how we basically trade and look for the setups. Okay, right, let's go quickly through comment section. Where would you TP? I'm looking for a TP, guys, at the highs of today. The local highs at 64.4. This is going to take, it could be today, but I would be realistically thinking about maybe tomorrow. But yeah, first TP, I would want to see the price hitting those highs, just because based on Elliott wave theory, right, we do have good support here and slightly lower. Based on Elliott wave theory, it is very, very common to get above the 4th wave. Okay, that's the main reason. Okay, I'll just show you a picture of an impulse here on Elliott wave theory, right? I can take many pictures and show you, right? But based on a general impulse, right, taking the wave 4, okay, is very, very common on the correction or an impulse down. We don't know what if this is going to correct up or if it's going to form an impulse. We don't know, but generally taking out wave 4, even in a correction, is very, very common, right? So there's 2 options I see here on this potential bounce, either here or bounce at the daily, when we consider the higher time frame. For me, it's either going to be wave 1, wave A, wave 2, wave B, boom, wave 3 or wave C here, right? You do end up moving down after the bounce, which would take 1, even 2 days to develop here, up either one of these two levels that we explained, right? Weekly naked point of control now, or the daily. Or the second option, we'll look for shorts, maybe, right, depending on the bounce, inside of the trading community. Remember, guys, trading community, to get access, send me the word access to the Telegram down below. And if you use one of the affiliate links, you do a minimum deposit for your own trading, right? You basically trade as you do. We just educate. We talk about the setups, right, inside of the community. You do get access to the trading community, and you do also get access to all of these great tools: order flow, CVD divergence, and rest of it, right? All-time high drawdown, liquidity heat map. And we are developing more tools, of course, throughout the next coming weeks, which we'll be updating, of course, throughout the next coming days, how we're doing with that. Okay. Send me the word access down below. If you are interested to my personal Telegram, you're going to get an automated message with the information. You can keep talking, and I'll jump to get into conversation if you want, right? If you have any questions and how to access mindpillar.com, all of these tools, and how to get really access to the trading community, which we always try to provide updates on either personal trades from Devil or myself, or swing trade perspective. And, we're always consistently updating on how we are approaching the market here. Basically education and trading setups, right? Right. So yeah, two scenarios that I see on this potential bounce. And yeah, we just saw that we had a 2-hour order block here. We can put a 2-hour order block right there and put it into our levels. Not that it's a huge level that I would consider longing, really, but we'll just put it inside of the level folder. Why not? Okay, so bullish case scenario here. By the way, congratulations who are still sticking around with the short trade. Okay, this is I wouldn't say it's aggressive as a long trade. I think there's a good chance either bouncing at the weekly or the daily. We've got a nice 5-wave down here. I don't want to miss a long, right? Because then next thing, tomorrow, regardless if we hit the daily or not, then, we're getting that bounce, correct down, and we end up, changing the direction. And there is a chance for this with this 5-wave move down. Bear with me, you guys. Don't think it's not possible, because it is. And if it does happen, then I'm happy to be positioned, right? And it's all about being positioned, right? You might think, I'm still in that long trade, right? I'm positioned here. I'm still in that long trade from July, which, most of the profits have been taken, but I'm still keeping a good 30% chunk here, just in case in the next 1 to 2 weeks we end up going to 68, 70k, which there is a chance, right? So this is a zone to look for a position. This is a zone to be positioned right over here. And the first TP that I'm looking at is wave 4. Unless we break down, right? It's a little bit of a loss. Giving a bit to the market is fine. I did take the short from this zone on the phone. But it was, you probably did also, right? As we explained on Saturday's video. And this short trade, I ended up taking profits, adding to the position, and might be adding more to the position depending on the bounce. Depending on the bounce, also looking to position here. Added a little bit aggressively here. But it was a trading plan from the weekend. Right, we're going to come down to the lows right now. So yeah, it's either the daily or the weekly. Naked point of control. Weekly is struggling right now. We did get a little reaction. And very, very locally, I'm aware of 112, 3, 4-5, 4-5. It just creates that downtrend choppiness right over here. So the long trade would have to be in the next couple of hours. But I want to see choppiness. I don't want to see a falling knife here, because I will not long. Okay, on the verge maybe of getting stopped out here on that long trade. So we're just going to have to remain patient for the next level. Okay, stopped out on that trade. Let's see how we move down from here. Still open interest going down. So yeah, somebody was pointing out the bullish CVD divergence that we did have. You can see that these bullish CVD divergence on Bybit were not great. Lower lows, higher lows on price action, based on Elliott wave theory and the local trend that we were having here over the last couple of days, was not great. Okay, bullish CVD divergence here are not great. Three-wave, high probability three-wave structure, not a long that I would take in a million years. Right there. Right, stopped out from the long, guys. So we need a bit of chill. Oh, we're just coming into that daily right now. Quick daily tap. Very, very aggressive. Man, that was quick. Quick, aggressive tap on the daily. I mean, unless you're a quick sniper trade, holy smokes, that was quick. But still, it's moving down with a bit of volume. Yeah, a little bit aggressive with that breakdown with volume here, guys. Oof. Or daily not reacting too well here. I would say because this could bounce. Remember that, you know, on these trades, for the moment, we are beneath the daily here, guys. Volume is increasing. Currently trading beneath the daily, above the daily. I mean, it is a valid entry. Just want to, when I'm looking for the projection here, remember, I mean, this is not a quick scalp. If you're looking for a reaction at a daily, I am looking for a recovery, potential recovery here on the in the next 1 to 2 days. I don't like the volume here coming in at the daily. It is a bit aggressive. Volume is increasing. It doesn't look not the best way that we approach the daily here. But remember, this is, you know, this is not, I would not want to risk too much on a trade like this if you're coming down so aggressively. It is a bit aggressive. Yeah, currently trading slightly below the daily. Remember, you know, you don't need to, if you are worried about an entry, it's because you are risking too much, guys, right? I think that this does have a good chance, for example, to get a nice bounce, which is not, I'm not expecting a V shape here. This is going to take time if it is going to be that projection here, looking at, you know, 5-wave move to the downside, might create the choppiness. That daily needs to be crucial to hold on with that golden pocket. It is a good confluence area. What I am concerned about So we just hit the golden pocket zone. It could get a little bit wicky here. The only thing I'm concerned here really is the volume. Volume is increasing, which is not great coming into the level. And when we consider the latest impulse, to the downside, when you are finishing, when you want to finish something at the lows, at major levels of support, you don't want volume increasing. You want volume decreasing, okay? Super, super important. So this is this becomes higher risk if you come into the level with high volume. Yeah, currently trading just under the daily right there. Not looking extremely beautiful with that high volume increasing, okay? Which obviously brings the risk of having an extended wave 5 here. Right, instead of having a classic wave 5, which is generally smaller than a wave 3, we're always aware of that wave 5 extension. So yeah, not holding the daily, unfortunately, at the moment. We could reclaim it. Could be reclaimed. We're going to have to see. Let's see if we do manage to reclaim that daily. Yeah, something that you need to be aware of always is the high volume on the lower time frame as you come into the level. It just doesn't, you want preferably the volume decreasing into a level from your previous waves. So preferably from this peak of this movement, you want the volume being lower instead of higher, because if it is higher, it just doesn't give you that confidence, right? To go in heavy, right, on the long trade. But it's a valid long area, no doubt. The confluence is good. Just manage risk accordingly, right? With lower time frame, it's not great to have that increasing volume, even though delta is. Let's go through another time frame here. 5 minute. Open interest is still going down, which is good. With negative delta, we want those red candles on open interest as we test the lows here at this support to give that chance for the bounce. And as explained, this is not it's not a scalp, okay? This is it's more of a day trade. I think it could last between 24 even to 48 hours, because if this zone does hold, you need that recovery pump, right? The recovery pump. You need the correction, which could happen by tomorrow, entering into, I wouldn't say Thursday, but, and then look for the next move to the upside, regardless if it's going to be an ABC or a 1, 2, 3, right? This is going to take 24 hours, easy 24 hours to get to these highs, okay? It's not a scalp, it's not a quick trade. It's a trade that I am eyeing to take a bit of time if it is gonna do so here. Let's take a look at CVD on slightly higher time frames from those lows, because we haven't got bearish CVDs, bullish, sorry, from the lows created last week. Would be nice to see some lower lows on CVD here, but still, it doesn't matter, still okay. So daily reclaimed, getting a reaction. Okay, now what I am aware of is because we have the highest amount of volume. Let me just clean the chart here. 1 second. Remember, guys, we will be updating on any new setups that either Devil is taking or myself. We update the community if we're not on YouTube. So if we're not on YouTube, we are in the community, okay? If you are interested in that, I can send the information, of course. If you send me the word access, literally if you sign up through Bluffin, 2bits, Weeks, Kraken, right? You do a minimum deposit for your own trading, of course, right? You can get access to the community, all right? You just trade as you do here. You get access to the community, you get access to order flow, which helps very much to understand that, you know, for example, this is a weak move to the downside. Even though it's wicking the lows, it's hitting the daily. We can see open interest decreasing with negative delta, which is giving that sign of weakness of the bears, right? Look, that we are looking for a reversal bounce to happen. All of these tutorials are explained inside of the community. We do the updates. You get them as well at mindpillar.com. All right, if you do sign up throughout one of the affiliate links and you do trading as you would normally do, okay, you get all of these tools and access to the community, guys. Send me the word access if you are interested, right, and getting those, you know, trading updates, what myself and Devil are looking for here on the setup. So that's if we're not on YouTube, of course. We try and be on YouTube quite a bit. So yeah, now what I need to be aware of with the local information, which we have increasing volume here with this latest move down that we got in the last 30 minutes. As we got that volume increasing, is it possible that we are forming, you know, wave 3 has finished here? And this is very, very locally, right, from the recent highs of today. Man, this is going to be a little bit of a bummer right now because of that high volume on this latest move down. Let me just double check here on Binance. How did we move down? Did we get increasing volume? Yeah, we did. Got increasing volume there. We don't like increasing volume coming down at a level of support. But what is nice on the 50-minute, potentially 30-minute, is that we're getting this is what we want to see on a wave 5, really. It's just the noise that this could create right there. Decreasing volume from your wave 3 and your wave 5. Now that's what we want to see here, regardless of how much choppiness you can create in this area. You want to see that decreasing volume as we claim the lows of potentially wave 3. So that is good. That's what we want to see here. It's the very, very local time frame that is a bit of an issue at the moment, because you don't want to see the latest move down from that corrective bounce. You don't want to see the latest leg to the downside with higher volume. It's one of those things, right? You just know that there's the risk increases a little bit for this to break, preferably from this move. You get lower highs, you get those volume diversions, right? As you create lower lows, you create lower highs on the volume as well, not higher highs as you break the recent lows. It's just something that is not great. So that's where you manage the position, manage the risk. Are you happy with your stop loss? Are you happy with the entry, or you're not happy, but based on the recent information? So with this info that we have right now, with this latest move, most bullish case, or most bearish one. Well, most bearish one is just still developing wave 3. You just break down, but going locally here with the moves, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 right there. Let me just clean this up. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just because we got the highest amount of volume here, that is without a doubt going to be a bit of a problem. Because of the increasing volume that we just got with the new information, I mean, preferably you always want that movement down at the daily. With decreasing volume, that would be very, very good. But because you had increasing volume, we need to modify this potential impulse. We have double 1, 2, where this is 3, 4, 5 to finish your impulse in that 5 wave move down. And then now here you create that wave 4 and then the last double bottom, right? And it just crosses the daily. It creates that confusion. It gets choppy, and then it creates that bounce. You know, we'll be aware of this scenario as well. If you range a little bit here, then it's going to be looking good for that last move down, and then we get the move up, right? Yeah, this would be we're going to look at this now in the next coming hours. Still going to be around here on the stream. Yeah, that movement down with high volume is not great. Not great. Obviously, whoever shorted yesterday or Sunday is now in a very, very good position, right? You're in a good position. You can risk some long setups. Yesterday we did talk about this short trade plan for the weekend, right? Sunday, maybe Monday. Be aware of a double or maybe a triple top here if you want to give a bit of a breather for stop loss, right? For all of those people that cannot be paying attention to the charts, this is actually coming down in very, very nicely. We are currently at that daily level, and we're looking for this to be an impulse on the formation that could be coming to the last little legs down here on the lower time frame, right? Last little legs down on this impulse, where it can be choppy, it can wick the lows a couple of times, right, and then get the bounce. That's the thing, right? So sometimes if you don't want to be actively waiting for this to hold, I mean, this is not one of those areas that I would get into this kind of trade and give a bit of room for stop loss. If you don't hold the daily, because it's not worth it. We have a lack of confluence here in this zone. If you don't hold in this area, it's just, is it worth having? You just need to lower the risk, basically, right? Instead of getting into those smaller stop losses, risking 1%, you need to give a wider stop loss, still being 1 to 2%, right? It depends on your risk appetite here. But if you're going to move your stop loss further away because you can either go and take the kids to summer school or whatever, right? Or you're going to the cinema and you don't want to turn your phone off, right? or you're working basically, then as explained on the Saturday update, sometimes this is the best option. You're going to get less risk to reward, but you're just going to have time to be, with family or working or whatever you want to do, right? You just give a bit of a breather. Risk to reward is not going to be as great as getting into these kind of setups where you're just entering stop loss, give or take $100 or $200 beneath the recent low, and you're targeting the highs. Obviously this setup is going to give you a better reward, right, than this one right over here. But will you be here for a local double bottom if we create a local 4-5, right? And that's the thing, because now if what is good to do here is I want to be ready on the chart to position myself, and I got stopped out once already but I know I can make that back and more, right? I need to be aware. I'll be setting alerts if I'm not on the stream. Say that we do form a consolidation here, I know that this trade is in my favor of playing out. It's just I want to manage risk accordingly very, very nicely. So say that we form a bit of a rangy bounce here. If we were to form a bit of a rangy bounce in this zone in the next coming hours, I know that this could be the scenario, because we had increasing volume on this latest move down, right? Just in the last 30 minutes, increasing volume, which means that a double 1-2 here, second wave 1 and 2 is part of your wave 3, right? As you can see, we can squeeze in that 5-wave move down, which generally would bring us our wave 3. So if we are going to form a slow rangy bounce in this zone, then I'll say, right, then the next low is going to be that wave 5. It's just very, very highly likely that with the new information, that's been the reading. This is, this would have been the wave 3. If we're going to range and go sideways in this territory, we need to, manage the position. If you entered the daily level, and this is the general projection, okay? General projection is this one. For me, this is the general projection for me. I'm not too fussy here about protecting position or collecting, or me personally, I'm not too fussy. Then I know that, say that we go sideways, we pump up, right now, if it does make sense for this to be the wave 3, because we have increasing volume on the latest low. Double 1-2, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to finish wave 3, because you have high volume. Wave 4s, we like them to be rangy, take a bit of time. If it's going to be a very choppy range in the next coming hours, then I will know that, wow, this has a good chance of being wave 4. Now, common target for wave 4, as we do know, is between the 0.236 and the 50%. So that's from this lower high to the recent lows. So this could be the zone, right, where it just ranges a little bit and then gets the one more push down and then creates the bounce. So I want to be ready for this, right? I want to be ready for this. I've got alerts. I've got this, I'm very, very much ready to take this setup. Kind of makes sense with that volume increase move down. We're gonna have to see. Let me know, guys, if you did enter that short Sunday, maybe Monday morning, maybe you entered Saturday. Let me know, because it was overall, that one of the trading plans that was created on the weekend video, right, as a potential swing, right? But just for the entry, it was a good zone. Good zone, good setup. Big resistance, value area high, golden pocket, right? We are at golden pocket right now from the lows and the highs. Golden pocket has been insane the last few weeks. Golden pocket has been crazy good. What golden pockets do we have? I think from this low to this high, golden pocket and bounce. Golden pocket bounce right there. Golden pocket rejection right there from the high to the low. Just tapping the 618 right from this move down. Golden pocket bounce, golden pocket rejection. And well, the latest one being yesterday, Monday, right? Golden pocket from this high to this low. Golden pocket has been performing very good lately from the pivots. Pivot low, boom, golden pocket, boom, boom, golden pocket down. And from all of this move down, golden pocket rejection. So will this golden pocket behave according to the Elliott wave scenarios that we have? This golden pocket is a good zone based on the local Elliott wave 5-wave move down that we have here, right? Potential golden pocket daily 5-wave down. It's all about how locally this choppiness is going to be, right? Is it going to be frustrating, right? And we're going to create that that 4-5 now in the next coming hours. It just wicks the low. Just be ready, guys. I just can't be ready. Well, you don't need to do what I say, but I'm explaining you what I am looking for here. I would be ready for this scenario. If you're going to dance around here in the next coming hours, I will be looking for that double bottom entry. The other scenario would still be that extended wave 5. Not the greatest, but this would still be it looks better for the 4-5. I have to be honest here. It does look better for this to be a double 1 2 3 4 5 and the 4 and 5 here. It does look much better for this instead of this 1 2 3 4 5. But there is just because there's good support here. Delta is, open interest is going down the toilet as we get that negative delta here. That's the thing when we're looking at 4-5s. How many 4-5s do we have? Do we finish a 5th wave? And it has happened to me on many different scenarios. Different impulses, right, where I'm discussing how many 4-5s, is this the latest 4-5, or do we create one more 4-5 because of this? And it happens, it does happen a lot. I mean, remember that one of the latest ones was this rally to the upside, and because of the amount, we were very much aware that an ABC here looks better. We had the diagonal 1 2 3 4 5 wave A, right, wave B, 3-wave structure down into that value area low. I remember like this, like if it was yesterday. And then this impulse up, which was very overlappy, lots of waves here, right? And we're trying to spot that wave 5 impulse here. And very locally, we had a diagonal. We had, how many 4-5s are we going to get here? I remember this very, very well in the trading community and even here. It's like, were we stretching a diagonal? We didn't have this wick, by the way, on other exchanges. This is on Bybit. Trying to detect that latest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and the fifth wave in a diagonal where you're forming that 5-wave move up. It's like, we're stretching here. Yeah, and sometimes it's just best to give a bit of a breather for a stop loss, right? If you do know that the probabilities are rejecting in this area, it's just like, if on the higher time frame has a swing, it's like you don't need to risk too much. If this has a high probability being an ABC, or even if it's a 1, 2, 1, 2, which was lower probability, by the way, anyway, you're looking for that low. This is going to take a few weeks to come down. You just want to give a bit of a breather depending on the 4-5s locally, because we do check the 5-minute time frame to really understand the entry and if we need to give a bit of room for stop loss. But I understood here very much. If you don't want to get into the perfect short trade with a very good insane risk to reward and you're having a bit of a higher risk, give a bit of room for that stop loss. You are targeting the lows here. This is a swing short. This is still going to make an epic risk to reward on that trade. And sometimes you just want to give that breather for the stop. So anyway, we've got either this scenario, which is not great. Extended wave 5 is not the greatest scenario, or you have the multiple double 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 and 5. Claim the lows again just because we have that high volume on the latest move down. Right, I really want to go through the different scenarios on the higher time frame. We're just coming into a interesting area, so this could take a bit of time to create that 4-5, or we have the extended fifth wave here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, this would make more sense. Or there is a chance on lower time frames. It just happens quite often as well. You do get extended fifth waves. You have diagonals. You have just because you have more price action on the 3-minute, 5-minute time frame than in the 4-hour time frame, right? There's just obviously much more price action on the lower time frame, and you see low probability scenarios happen more often because you obviously got more price action on the lower time frame. So we would give this a pass as an extended wave 5 just because we are at that daily and we are at the golden pocket from the lows locally here to the highs. So that we are at support. We are at support, golden pocket and daily. Now it's on the risk tolerance that you want to take here, because there's ways of trading this. If you want to have a tighter stop loss and be ready to re-enter on the reaction if this turns out to be a wave 4 and you create that latest wave 5 based on this scenario, then that is completely fine. If you were to get stopped out on this daily level, stop loss is here. You say that you get stopped out and you're ready to reposition yourself on that trade because you know the projection, then that is fine. But you're still risking that 1 to 2%, right, of your account. However, if you don't care about all of this nonsense and noise and 4-5s, then you could get a bit of that breather here just for that wave 4 and 5 volatility, and the risk to reward is still good. It's just not as great, right? So, or unless you're trading like Devil the Master, which he is always updating inside of the trading community, where he's very focused on local scalp entries and setup. he'll be like snipering a major level such as a daily and wants to cover the fees, which is good practice. Don't get me wrong. This is very, very good practice, that if you enter, you cover the fees and your stop loss, and you still leave stop loss in place, right? Or you protect position, right? There's many ways of doing so. But you want to cover, you want to have a free trade, right? And Devil has very, very good execution on these kind of setups into these major levels daily, right? Or any confluence areas. And he's basically very, very active at the moment in the trading community, which is awesome to see on his trading executions. Guys, remember, if you are interested in joining the trading community, you can do so with the first link down below. I'll share all of the information for you to get access. You can get access, consistent access, basically in the community and on the tools that we use, okay, such as the order flow, CVD divergence, and all of these different great tools that we have at mindpillar.com, plus the access of the trading community by using one of the affiliate links, okay, doing a minimum deposit. You do pay trading fees anyway, so there's no additional cost if you do so with what the affiliate links, trading as you do usually. You get access to the trading community, education, content, analysis, setups that we're looking for, levels, and also order flow, right? And all of these different great tools, CVD divergence, okay, by just signing up throughout one of the affiliate links and trading as you do. If you want more information on that, send me the word access in the Telegram. It's the first link down below, okay? Right, so yeah, I want to go through the higher time frame scenarios, and I also want to go through the comment section. Much love, Devilt, my man, the legend himself. Yeah, Devil, what do you think about that high volume right over here on this latest move down? It does look like that's a double 1-2 here on the lower time frame. It does fit better, 3-4-5 to finish 3, and now you just, it's just one of those classic stop everybody out and then move. Right? Stop everyone, get everybody out, and then get the rally. And this is why, local information is very, very important. The best information that you have on the charts is always the next information. What's the next information telling you? What's the story here? And this does look like what fits better right now with the local information that we've just had in the last couple of hours. That increasing volume here at the daily is classic for that wave 3, 5 wave down in 3, 1-2 for cheeky last move down. For me, I'm not scared about getting stopped out here. For me, this is still a good long. There's still that chance for this being a 5th wave extension. 1, 2, 3. Well, this is the problem on the lower time frames, that you can have a many different scenarios. Even this could be the wave 4, 5, 1, 2. Even this could be the cheeky scenario right there, where you have 1, 2, 1, 2, and that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for your wave 3, and that's your 4 and 5. There's double 1, 2 here. There's double 4, 5 here. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't fit the best because of the increasing volume on that wave 5. It's not common to see increased volume on the wave 5. Yeah, I think the one that looks best the one that would look best would be that one over here, right? That double 1 2 and another 4 5, which could still range in this zone before claiming the lows. And the only main reason is because of the increased volume with the recent leg down. But sometimes there's people that say, well, I'm going to close my long from the daily and I am going to wait for the 4-5, right? However, sometimes you just need to risk that stop. You need this is one of those areas that I am happy to risk a stop. I'm happy to risk a stop here because I would want to get into the double bottom. Because what makes more sense here is this scenario. If you don't double bottom, then you do, there's no long for me. But if you do, then, that's my long entry zone with stop loss. And don't worry, it's just going to take time, guys. I know we want quick profits, right? I want quick profits, but it just takes time. The profits from my swing long position took, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. This was a very, very patient swing long. I entered the long and, I was in small profits after the next 2 days. This required patience. This swing long attempt, which I'm very, very happy about, of course, right? And so there's no, for me, I know there's no quick gains. If there is a 5-wave move down, and I know that this has taken a couple of days literally to develop, I know the local double bottom potential based on the local Elliott wave scenarios. I'm happy to risk a stop here on this long setup. And I know that the profits will not be given to me today. I can, cover the fees and cover a little bit of the stop loss, of course. I can do that once you get this bounce of a few $100s. But I know the bigger profits are going to take, it's going to take some time. It's going to take, easy 24 hours here to get the bigger profits. Okay, so patience is very much needed. Alts are starting to long strong against BTC. Interesting. Another stop. Yeah. Happy to do so. Yeah, it's one of those areas that I think is valid. It really depends. Everybody trades differently. Even though we may be talking about the same level and the same possible scenario, everybody trades differently. Some, Devil, for example, would long the level and cover the fees with a bounce of $300-$400 and cover the fees, right? Sometimes I would risk a stop loss. I would say, I'm just aware of this, coming down, and I'm happy to risk that stop loss because I know there's a very, very, very good chance of getting that bounce in the next 24 hours coming into Wednesday, right? If it's not tonight. But there's no more chances here for me, right? When you understand that it's not one of those areas that I'm going to long, stop loss, I'm going to long again, stop loss, I'm going to long again, stop loss, I'm going to long again, stop loss. It's just like there's only one more chance. Because if you don't hold this area, golden pocket and the daily, I have no longs underneath this zone. So it's all very important to understand the plan. Don't get me wrong here. It's not I'm going to long every single low that is created, right? It doesn't work like that. The daily and the golden pocket from the low to the high needs to hold. The recent lows need to hold, because if it doesn't, then that's it. There's no more chances. At least for me, anyway. There's a bit of an empty gap here of confluence. So I'm not going to risk any longs underneath the daily and the recent lows, basically, that has been created. It's not long, another long, another stop loss, not here, right? If this has to be a 5-wave move down, and because the 5th wave commonly is shorter than a wave 3, similar with wave 1, maybe slightly longer, this is the support zone that needs to bounce, right? And it is nice seeing that we have decreasing volume here on the 1 hour from the wave 3. That's what you want to see. This is showing signs that this is a bouncing zone. But on the lower time frame, of course, you don't want that low to be broken successfully, right? So it's basically a waiting game, really, here now. Either bounce from here or create that double bottom based on this scenario. So we've got, I have this scenario or I have this scenario. I understand where I do not need to long or add to longs or any of that nonsense, right? That's going to get me wrecked. We'll get stopped out. We don't get wrecked. So it's a bounce from here or one more local double bottom based on the information that I have. I can only put here on the chart either wave 5 finishing here, which there are several ways of doing so. What I do not like is the increasing volume, which makes this scenario a little bit preferred. I prefer this scenario just because we have that spike in high volume there on the latest move. And I mean, and this is a main issue, right, for traders as well, when they're risking too much, because sometimes stop losses are great. So, stop losses are there to protect your capital, right? And risking a stop loss sometimes, if you've got a good projection, or even 2 stop losses if you've got a good plan based on the information, is totally fine. I will prove tomorrow that based on any stop losses of today, that the profits from tomorrow, that's if we do not break down, right? If we break down, then I will not reposition myself, will be greater than the stop losses. I will prove it to you tomorrow. Obviously, I need the profits first. I can't prove it now. But just so you can see that sometimes risking a stop, or even 2 stop losses max, is okay if you got a plan and a good projection. Anyway, whoever shorted yesterday, we talked about a shorting plan on the weekend as well. Okay, this was a great short position entry at the 65k region, right? Could have hit 65.3, 65.4. It's very difficult to get the highest point, right? Unless you're awake and you catch that local double top. And we gave the option, of course, of, giving a bit of room for stop loss. So the idea of shorting as well for a projection to get down to sub 62.5 is very real. We're not too far away. We're $1,000 away. Was mentioned on the weekend. So, we short, we long. we look for both directions. And we try to profit more than the stop losses, right? That's the idea. We try to project more the profit than the stop, and that's the end goal, right? We cannot avoid stop losses, right? We can't avoid them. People try to avoid them with not having a stop loss and adding to a position, right? And that's where you fuck up, right? It's literally where you fuck up. Where you try to avoid to get stopped out. Don't avoid it. So yeah, I think it's time to go through 1 hour time frame, guys, and even the 4 hour time frame. Let's just do a refresh on a few things on the higher time frame, because right now where we at, the plan, guys. There's just no more to it. The plan is to bounce from here or to create one more low and then bounce based on the information that we have, unfortunately, which is high volume on the recent leg to the downside. High volume on the recent leg to the downside, which gives us that impulsive move down. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. This would be the potential count here. Or the other scenario, which would be a fifth wave extension, or I kind of don't like this count. I mean, this is the thing I try to avoid, guys, the 1-3 minute, just because there's a lot of noise. But it would be a 1 2 3 4 5 for an extended fifth wave on the third wave. You're still having high volume on this recent low, so not great. Not great. You want a bit lower volume, and that is on Bybit and Binance, both of the largest future exchanges. The recent leg down did have higher volume, just so you're aware of the possibility of this scenario here. Right, let's go through the different scenarios. Uncle Krill, eat like an elephant, shit like a bird. It's gonna stop me out. It must be quick. If it's gonna stop me out, it must be quick. Andy, volume on the 1 hour time frame is decreasing actually with this low compared to the third wave earlier today. Yes. On the 1 hour time frame, you say? This move down happened yesterday. I'm not sure if you're talking about this move down. This is why this is actually looking quite attractive. Yeah, we have lower lows with lower highs on volume, which is what you want to see, right? On the higher time frame impulse, which is literally what we're looking for, is that local bounce here, right? We're looking for that local bounce, which is going to take 1 to 2 days, of course. Not going to happen. I'm not expecting to get a bounce today, right? It's just one of those things that it takes time. This did take 2 days to get down here. So, you are looking for maybe a 1 to 2 days to get up on the bounce. Right, let me just take a drink of water, guys, and I'll go through comment section again. It's most probably going to test the lows again. Yeah, I do think so as well. It does favor this based on the volume. This is kind of the it looks like the best scenario here. Still that we still got the daily, right? It's just the thing, right? Even though Still got the daily reaction. It's, you know, it's one of those areas that you think, I'm not going to long, and I'm going to wait for the low to be claimed again, and then I'll long a double bottom. And then the price just forms a local double 1-2 here and does this, right? And then it just starts the impulse to the upside. And you're like, well, I missed the entry, right? I missed the entry. So now you need to wait for the pullback, back test a level of support to long, you know, tomorrow morning, possibly, right? Or tonight. Sometimes risking a stop to re-enter later is totally fine, guys. You know, as long as you're happy and you manage your risk, it's okay. I'll prove to you on tomorrow's stream that 2 stop losses can be paid with 1 trade. And this is the projection that I'm looking for. I'm going to stick with it. Let's see if it does happen. Remember, I'm not going to add to the position. I'm not going to try and long if we break down here. Just so you understand, you know, it's just not. I'm not going to try and long or get into more longs if the low is broken, guys. And that's based on my plan, right? But yeah, it does look like it wants to test the lows. Buy XRP, Andy. Don't miss out this time too. Yeah, XRP. What is XRP doing? Who's in the XRP army here? Who's in the short from the weekend? Or maybe if you catch the local high on Monday yesterday, right? XRP at $1. Woo! Wow. This is just going down the toilet. Wow, wow, wow. Who is in a short, guys? Let me know in the comment section. Did you short this weekend, or maybe on Monday? Maybe you did actually catch that short at the double top, very, very local double top, or maybe you shorted somewhere in this zone with a bit of a wider stop loss based on, you know, the waves, the plans, the resistance, right? There's a nice, good video. People do enjoy the videos. Let me know in the comment section. Do you prefer video updates than live streams? Video updates. Some people appreciate both. I'm just going to get a bit more. Most alts look like that. Hyperliquid is the exception. Yeah, very true. It's officially a stable coin now. Same as Nitro, I'm in a short from that level and also from 66.8k. I don't know, took profits, but feel like closing one of them. How do you get your pointer controls? Is that naked pointer controls? Session volume profile is the easy one. For the daily naked pointer controls, 50-minute, 30-minute time frame is what I use for naked pointer controls, right? Session volume profile. If you want to get a weekly naked pointer control, you use fixed volume profile. If you want more accurate ones, not by much, you can use Atos, of course. But I've experienced that using fixed volume profiles is more than enough. Fixed volume profiles on the day, or you know, it's enough to give you that point of control basically, or session volume profile for the daily naked point of controls. So yeah, Andy, hydrate yourself. Yeah, I'm just gonna get some water, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? And we're gonna stick around for another hour. You know, let's see if we do get that local low being hit, or are we going to bounce on this back test of the daily? We're just coming down to revisit the daily at the moment. Whew. That daily not doing its power. Is this another 4-5? It does make sense for that. And what would be a bummer here would be forming a flat in 4 and then the 5 and then we move up, right? You know, just be aware that this could just be a messy zone. It could be a bit messy. Right, let's go through. Oh, sorry, yeah, let me just get some water here. Back in 2 minutes, guys. Whoops. Much love. Smash up the like button. Daily getting back tested at the moment. Will it do the job of bouncing, or will it just slice through, test the lows again? Will we break the lows, or will we double bottom? Something that we need to see here on the stream. Let's do a like button recount as I do get out and get some water, stretch my legs. We are going to be checking the like button to see if we do get to 300 likes. Let's go, legends. Thank you so much. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Let's go. Right. Back testing that daily. Do we get this scenario, which kind of fits nicely? Or do we get this, which is not the greatest count, I have to say. It's not the greatest count because of the high volume that we have at the recent lows, which is obviously not great. That's not what you want to see for a wave 5. You want to see lower volume on that wave 5, of course. So yeah, it's not great. This is not the greatest count. This would be the second option. That's if we were to bounce from here. And still. So we got this double 1 2 right there, very locally. But yeah, on the lower time frame, let's just double check. Ooh. Oh man, this would be interesting. I'm just checking to see if this does have a chance of being a motive wave to the upside, and it does. Man, I need to stop with the lower time frame Elliott wave because it's just a big fat mess. You can lose your hair if you want to do Elliott wave theory on the 1 minute. You can go bald or your hair goes gray in a matter of a few weeks. But because it's just, there's lots of overlap, there's just lots of noise. This could be an A, B, and this is your wave C. Or you can actually find a leading diagonal here. You do take the highs, 1, 2, 3. So you have a 5-wave move up here, and a very, very steep ABC, which gets down to the golden pockets. 7-8 Fibonacci, creates that fear of claiming the lows, and then recovers here and takes out the highs. This is what I mean. We've seen this so many times. Sometimes it's worth risking that stop, as explained, because it looks like it's going to claim the lows. Whoever's longing and protecting position in this area is getting stopped out at break even, and the price leaves without you. It's just one of those things that happens a lot, right? We need to position ourselves in the retail mind, right? Retail mind. And we've seen this so much in the last few weeks, where Bitcoin comes down to almost visit the lows, right? Let me just clean up the chart here. Well, look, I mean, this uptrend was pretty damn epic, where very, very slight higher lows. People that were long in here were getting stopped out here, and people that were long in here, were getting stopped out here, right? As in protecting position, or putting stop loss to break even, or in a slight profit. Throughout the last 1 to 2 weeks, basically last week of July, we also saw those cheeky lower highs. They're just very, very cheeky. I had a short position somewhere in this area, which got protected in profit, stopped out here, but I re-entered a short here. And you can see how cheeky Bitcoin can be, right? On those retracements, you think those highs are going to be taken, and it just comes back down to the lows, and you just hitting the 0.88 Fibonacci, right? And even this very, very local one right there, right? So if you enter that double top, you're shorted here, stop loss here, move down, you're protecting position, you get stopped out, and price goes without you. So this is I think it happens to any experienced trader, right? Where sometimes you feel like you want to protect, and you want to protect your capital, right? You're not happy with your stop loss, maybe it's too aggressive. But it's something that I've experienced and said, I'm willing to risk a stop at a major zone to re-enter on a double bottom, because I went through my journal throughout the last year or so, and I noticed that lots of trades get stopped out at break even, and then the price goes where you are projecting, right? Based on the analysis, based on the information. And it does become frustrating, because you basically know that bounce is very, very likely at these certain levels, with a double bottom or without a double bottom, right? And sometimes re-entering a trade is just totally fine, as long as you have your risk management in place. You're not getting wrecked, you're getting stopped out, right? And you know that if that trade plays out in the next 24 hours, you are going to pay your stop loss by 4 or 5 times. Super important to understand this. And I've noticed throughout the last year, even though being profitable, you're still leaving a lot of trades on the table based on the projection. Right, let's see if this is going to be the scenario, or this is going to be the scenario where, you know, would be happy for this to be wave 4 as well. Daily is not back testing successfully, so one of those things. Very, very low volume at the moment. Daily being lost, which is not great. Let's see what happens here if we test the lows. Right, there we go. Lows being tested. Double bottom potential. Or ABC flat as well. ABC flat here is also a possibility. If, you know, this is the thing, if this were not to be the wave 5, for example, on this scenario, do we test it on all exchanges? Let me just double check here. Yeah, the lows were not tested on Binance. It was tested on Bybit, so that liquidity was grabbed on Bybit at the lows, but not on Binance. So yeah, that's an issue. Bybit claimed the lows, Binance did not claim the lows. We did hit the 0.9 Fibonacci on Binance, which is acceptable for a flat. I mean, if the lows were not hit on another exchange, you prefer them to be hit on the main future exchanges, but we need to be aware of forming a flat here in wave 4. So, you know, if you don't enter this double bottom, or you're already in that long, right, which stop loss is, you know, give or take $100 to $200 beneath the low. Remember, this is a big projection that I'm not looking for a quick profit here. This is a projected bounce for Wednesday, even part of Thursday. Okay, there's no quick profits to be made here, at least for me anyway. Maybe you have a different approach. I am looking for that bounce in the next 1 to 2 days. Okay, there's no quick profit here. I'm looking for the local highs at 64.4 of today to be hit in the next 1 to 2 days. Okay, so when we consider this movement, just quickly take a look at order flow here on this recent move down. On Bybit, we're getting some, on Binance, some longs entering here. Positive open interest with little positive delta, very low volume, very, very low volume here. But yeah, being aware of if this is not wave 4 and this wave 5, it's very, very difficult, because on Binance we did not claim that low, so preferably we do claim the local lows on Binance as well. We need to be aware of a flat and then get the push down, where you do this and then you get the lows taken and then you get the bounce between today and tomorrow. So at this point, it's only trying to figure out what Elliott wave scenario do we have, right? This is why sometimes on the lower time frame we're trying to figure out, do we get one more 4-5, right? Do we get, does this turn into a flat, and then we claim the lows, and then we get the bounce, and this is an ABC flat finishing 4 here. And that can be pretty frustrating, right, for many. But if it is, it's just I will share with you this. I will share what I'm explaining today, tomorrow, just so you can see the benefit, right? If this is not going to be the trade, then I would be happy, obviously figuring out if you do form a flat here, I would be willing to get into that double bottom reclaim. You know what? There is actually one little pivot right there that could be interesting as an SFP, just because you have the fair value gap. Let me just write that there. We know these gaps are good for a bounce. When you get a pump with high volume and you form a higher low as you continue the uptrend, that gap, higher low, becomes a automatic support zone. So if this is not going to be the long bounce for the next 24 hours, then I'm looking at this potentially to be the bounce. And you can see the stop losses compared to the reward. It's just not, it's not a big deal, right? And this is not going to happen today, unfortunately. It's going to happen in the next 1-2 days. Just so you understand the approach here. On light eye, though, it did not claim the lows. Yeah, apparently on some exchanges we did not. It did not hit that low on some exchanges, such as Binance, which is disturbing. It just gives a higher chance of claiming it. And if it doesn't, we would have a different Elliott wave scenario approach on the exchanges here. Yeah, it is disturbing that we don't hit the low on all of the exchanges, because it just breaks the lower time frame Elliott wave scenarios. Because say that we form a higher low right there on Binance, and the price moves up here, but like really gets a punchy move of $600-700. When you consider Elliott wave, if you were to move up very strongly here in a wave 3, let's imagine, you can say that this can be a leading diagonal on Binance, but not on Bybit. This is why sometimes when you look at different exchanges, we claimed the low on this exchange, we didn't on this one. You have a different Elliott wave approach on both of them, which is not, you prefer the lows to be hit on most exchanges. So, but what if you form a higher low here and you start rallying like crazy in the next 2-3 hours? Then you think, well, you do have a local diagonal here, very, very steep potential ABC, which what usually happens after a diagonal, you usually get these steep movements almost claiming the low. But then, well, what happened on Bybit if the low was claimed? You don't have the diagonal, it has to be a correction. you've claimed the lows, I would have to come to that conclusion of, well, the impulse finished here. This is the thing, right? I get sometimes these questions about Elliott wave theory. If we claimed a low on this exchange and not on that exchange, what Elliott wave count do we have? And it's like, well, I'd have to come to this approach if we were to get that rally, a very aggressive rally. On Binance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On Bybit, it would be the lows in here. That's your wave 1, potentially 2, and then 3. It doesn't really matter. We also get those. Coinbase has been a very, very good exchange as it is spot. One of the biggest spot, the biggest spot exchange in the US, to consider Elliott wave counting. So I'm interested to see on Coinbase, right? Yeah, if you have more exchanges not hitting the low, then obviously the one with more exchanges has more power, considering Elliott wave. Because we know these future exchanges, they do create liquidity wicks, right? Bybit, Binance, they are common in liquidity wicks, and this is why sometimes on Coinbase, just to confirm if a low or has been hit or not, because if you were to rally from here very aggressively, you're like, man, we missed the low by nothing. Anyway, it does. I think the probabilities are higher that we do claim the low on the most exchanges, but considering the Elliott wave scenario here, there's only one scenario that would basically favor a bounce without claiming the low. And that is a diagonal, because after a diagonal, it is actually pretty common that you do get a movement down even to the 0.88 Fibonacci, which it's one of those that you're like, oh man, screw you, Bitcoin, right? If it were to form a higher low and get a major bounce in the next coming hours. Showing weakness. Nasdaq and the S&P are showing weakness. The S&P 500 hitting all-time high last week. Yeah, it does look like we want to correct a little bit more here on the S&P, but S&P 500 hitting new all-time highs last week, which people very, very skeptical. All the time people are skeptical about when is the ultimate high going to be. People have been so bearish throughout the last few years on stocks and crisis and big stock market crash, and it just keeps going and going and going after the pullbacks that we get. What's NQ doing? NQ showing weakness. Somebody said Nasdaq did not hit all-time high. I wouldn't say weakness. I mean, locally, yes. Pretty strong move here last week. And now it's just ranging, right? We're just ranging here. So anyway, one of those areas that we are looking for a bounce. Will we bounce now, or will we claim the lows and then bounce? That's the overall question. So We are at the golden pocket zone, so it is a good zone. We are at a good zone. $61865. One more low could be claimed. One more low could happen here based on the very, very local time frames, and retracing to almost hit the low is going to be very, very rare here on most of the other exchanges, right, where we just, such as Coinbase or Binance, retracing down to this low. But we do see them, right? We do see them. It is rare, but sometimes it just happens where you just almost claim the low and it just gets a rally. Still would be happy for one more low, because that's what makes more sense here. Actually, this zone holding, and we have many reasons to believe so, right? We need reasons for this to potentially hold, either at the daily or at the double bottom or golden pocket. Reasons is one of the Elliott wave reason here from the highs of Monday is having a impulsive move down with decreasing volume right there on your wave 5, right? So wave 3 high volume, wave 5 still pretty punchy volume, but still lower from the drop of yesterday Monday, coming into an interesting support zone. Golden pocket daily, one more chance here at a local double bottom, might be punchy, and you get into that fair value gap area where you kind of SFP of this higher low. It's just slow, which, you know, it might range a little bit more. It might form a flat locally. It's just slow, guys. This is profits for mainly tomorrow, I would say, between Wednesday and maybe part of Thursday. And this is the double triple bottom zone. If it breaks down, I want to cut. You want to cut. You want to get stopped out, and you don't want to end. I would not want to enter if we do not double bottom locally or get the reaction at that level. This is a very, very snipey trade. So if you test the lows, you don't reclaim the lows, and you hit that fair value gap, 63,241. Is it a good entry zone, in my opinion, if you do not double bottom. If it breaks, then stopped, and no new long for me anyway. If you break this zone and volume increases and you're losing the levels, there's just no long that I can take at this fair value gap, and we would have to hold on to the short from this zone, basically, right? As explained in the weekend, right? You hold on that short. This is the good thing about longing and shorting at the same time. You're looking to maximize profits on a short that you know has the possibility of getting below 62.5. You want to profit, maybe add to the position, cover your stop loss, cover the fees, add to the position as you wish, right? And hold on, right? That's the one that's going to be paying as well, the stop loss. But Let's see. It's been a bit boring. So testing the lows, currently below the daily. We know that this could still be a wave 4, and we're looking for that wave 5. With decreasing volume, which is what you want to see from your wave 3. So I mean, it does make sense. If you claim the low, hitting that level, and you do have a little spike in volume, that's what you want to see. You want to see the house, right? You're kind of the highest volume in wave 3 and lowering volume as you claim the lows. That volume divergence. Maybe fair value gap, maybe a double bottom. And if it is lost, you don't want to be the guy that's kind of adding to the long and stuff like that, guys. This is just going to get you wrecked. So yeah, a bit boring here at the moment. We're just ranging a little bit, slightly to the downside. This looks like a sell the rally kind of on stocks. This looks like a sell the rally kind of rally on the stock. Sell the rally. On the S&P 500 or NASDAQ, I'm not sure which one, but I'm not sure if you're talking the rally of last week that did break all-time high. Sell the rally kind of rally. There's a bit of a liquidity cluster at 63.2. Yeah, we do have some liquidity. We are fetching some pretty decent liquidity with this movement down. And obviously, the most amount of liquidity is naturally at 62.5, below 62.5, right? That low right over here is where we have a bigger cluster of liquidity. So we just want to be aware of the levels not holding here, right? If you are going to be forming a higher low and your most interesting confluence area is getting broken, it's better to stay away and hold on the shorts, right? Take a bit of profit on the short, right? If you want to cover a stop loss as well, it's something that I do a lot. But yeah, it looks like we want to revisit those lows here again. So let's see how that performs. We've lost a bit of on the higher time frame. We have, I wouldn't consider this a major breakdown on the point of control of the range. Let me just put this level right there. I wouldn't consider this with this amount of volume a major loss of the point of control. It's one of those fake out kind of price actions to the downside as well, just because the biggest move happened here on the rejection. So when you form the fifth wave, breaking the potential fifth wave, because it always could be an extended fifth wave. Okay, this is why we manage risk. I mean, when we consider moving down with the biggest wave with high volume into the point of control, let's say here, it's not the same as moving down in double 1-2s and then breaking down the point of control. Because then you know that, holy smokes, I don't want to long because we're losing the point of control since the range of June. If we would have come down, between Sunday and Monday to this point of control like this, I would be very, very skeptical about the daily and everything. I just wouldn't enjoy trying to long where we are at the moment, because I'm aware, obviously, of a bigger breakdown in an impulse, multiple 1, 2, 3, right, 4, 5s. But because we have come down as so here with that very classic looking impulsive move down, where your wave 3 would have been developed here on yesterday, right? And you get the 4 and the 5 with decreasing volume hitting daily, hitting golden pocket. It just makes you understand that this is very possibly not a successful breakdown from the point of control. And then suddenly you reclaim it, right? Say by tomorrow, Thursday, and then it's reclaimed. And that's just because how we got down here, right? Just because the way we got down to this zone is a classic impulsive move, coming into some decent support daily, right? Not point of control, the golden pocket. You understand that a bounce here is very, 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 very highly likely. On the other hand, if you moving down like this and you're breaking the point of control like today, right, then I would have been very, very, very skeptical about any kind of longing in this zone based on multiple 1, 2s, right? Boom, 3, 4, 5s. See, I think it would have been I probably would have passed of attempting long in here, breaking the point of control of the entire range, June, July, part of August, if we would have grinded to the downside, right, with stacked 1, 2s into the point of control as we're breaking down. I would have been very, very skeptical of longing. But because we moved down as so, it just looks okay. Looks okay. Manage risk. There's attempts. We got the projections taking out this high. Very, very valid option. If you're breaking down a major point of control with decreasing volume and you have that classic looking impulse to the downside, then you do realize that it's potentially a poor breakdown. Now, the overall question is, once we do get that bounce, if we do so, is this going to be a wave 1? And this is a wave 2, right? Just fetches some late shorts and then, break down. We're very much aware, looking at the price action on the bounce in the next 1 to 2 days, if we get it. Because, you need to understand that we want to try and short wave 2s, right? We want to try and short wave 2s. The higher time frame bearish option here, even though we don't like it, or even though I don't like it, even though it's not the greatest probability, right, having an expanding diagonal here, I need to understand that it's very, very possible for this to be a wave 1, and very, very possible for this to be a wave 2. And with that said, this could be a wave 1, 2, 3, right? You actually taking the move down here in the next coming days, entering into next week, possibly, of course. And this is why yesterday shorting here at this 65k region based on the weekend plan for this week was a very, very good plan. It's one of those shorts that you want to hold on with a significant chunk, right? Everybody's different. Hold 30%, 40, 50, because what if it is an expanding diagonal in a wave 1 and this is a wave 2? Maintaining some of that short trade from this territory is without a doubt not a bad option. Anyway, so maybe some of you did get into a very, very good entry based on the plan that we did create on the Saturday's video update. I mean, yeah, congratulations, whoever catched the double top on from yesterday or Sunday evening, depending on where you live, of course. It was just a very, very good short zone. And it's worth, now with this movement down, that we're down here at the low 63k level, you want to take some profits, right? We've got down to we're in this zone at the moment, right, from that weekend update, which obviously is giving us that, are we bouncing? How big is the bounce? I do think that obviously we do get that bounce between today and tomorrow, and the question is going to be, is it going to be a corrective bounce, or is it going to be a impulsive move to the upside? Because we do have that impulse potential, which bears are going to hate me for this. One of my favorite scenarios is this one that we discussed on yesterday's video. Not yesterday, sorry. Last week's video updates, right? We could claim the highs of A wave here, where we do have a 3-wave down in W, ABC flat here, and ABC flat for wave X, and now looking for that ABC down for the double zigzag. Is this going to be a wave A, wave B, and wave C? Or is it going to be a wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, right, 4, 5? This ends up being expanding diagonal, wave 1, wave 2, and just break down. But the opportunities the opportunities of entry, they are in the same place, right? Because if you watched my Saturday video update, you are going to know that this is one scenario that I talked about. Another scenario is I don't want to talk about that scenario later, but the expanding diagonal and the WXY here to the upside, which was also mentioned in the video, right? There's lots of overlap here. You can't fit a WXY double zigzag. So on the Saturday video update, we talked about this area being a shorting zone regardless of the bearish case, or regardless of the local bearish case, but still bullish, because what you're looking for is a movement down, yes, to the lows, but then obviously bounce, not claiming 58k low, 57.7. And then, well, naturally, you're looking for a move down regardless. Now overall, what we do have as well is there is a bullish case. Of course, there's always a bullish case. Either WXYXZ here finished, or this is very, very possible. Of course, you have an impulse up here, and now you're forming an ABC flat. I'm not particularly too in favor of this, but we can fit an impulse here. We can fit an impulse here, you like it or not, and a possible ABC flat here, which, yeah, it's not great, but this would be just looking for that 3-wave move up. This would be a surprising pump for the next 1 to 2 weeks, really. But it is possible. It is possible. It is possible. So, I mean, yeah, you can see that the opportunities, we just don't know if this bounce is going to be corrective or impulsive. When we talk about the short trade from the Saturday plan, you know, I do talk about a few options here, right? Watch Saturday's video, because I'm not saying that we're going to go down to sub 58k, right? But the short entry and the stop loss is the same. Then we need to take a bit of profits, cover fees. If we want to leave a swing trade open, we do. The rejection that we got on Sunday, Monday at 65k region does have the potential of going much lower, which gives us the entry and the stop loss, right? I don't have a crystal ball. We do know the entry and the stop loss zone, how to enter. If you're awake and you get into exactly the double top that we formed on Monday, then absolutely phenomenal. It was an option. Pay attention to the double, maybe a triple if you want the best entry and best risk to reward. But the situation here is we don't know if this movement down as an impulse is going to be part of an ABC flat. It doesn't matter. The short trade is valid. Double, triple top. We got massive resistance, as explained. Could this be wave A, B, and C? Very much so. Could it be that this movement down, you know, this movement to the upside is a corrective structure, and we have this expanding diagonal, and we had a WXY being on the formation here, hitting golden pocket, right? 7-8, big resistance, and this turns out to be wave 1 or wave A, and you know, we do get down to the lows. Boom, boom, boom. Is it wave 3, 4, and 5? Maybe. Is it ABC? Maybe. But the shorting trade is still the same, regardless of the bearish count or regardless of you know, the bullish count. So yeah, currently looking for a bounce from here, which is just dancing around. We haven't claimed the lows on some exchanges such as Coinbase or Binance Futures, and it's just been a little bit boring at the moment, which means that, yeah, we're gonna probably cut off the stream very, very soon. but yeah, the plan is simple. The plan is easy. We got levels to bounce from. We are currently at one of them, and we do have a interesting fair value gap that I just considered at the moment with a local double bottom. I'm happy to get stopped out, re-enter, and I will show you the stop losses tomorrow and the profitable trade also, just so you see stop loss is not an issue. Okay, we'll share that tomorrow. Currently on that trade here and 2-bit stop loss. I'm happy to get stopped out and, you know, possibly re-enter. I'm risking a little bit here, but I think a good bounce is on the formation of about $1,000 or so of a bounce. And yeah, if I would want to re-enter that trade. If it is stopped out, I will be informing the trading community. I'm off to have dinner at the moment, but yeah, trading community will be updated. I think, well, Devil's doing the community today, and he's obviously talking about the trading plans as well. Same trading plan, and obviously we'll be updating in the trading community. Remember, guys, if you want the daily updates, if we're not on YouTube, we are inside of the trading community. Smash up the like button if you do enjoy today's stream. it's just boring. You know, we can't expect a big bounce in half an hour, right? And this is a kind of bounce that could take 24 hours, okay? But patient pays, manage risk. Thank you for joining. Send me the word access if you are interested in joining the trading community. Daily updates, education, open community, very active traders there. You get also access to order flow, CVD divergence, and there's more tools being developed here. And to get access to this, by signing up, doing a minimum deposit, and trade as you go, okay? Trade as you usually do. You do get access to the community, right? And all of these different tools at mindpillar.com, okay? You got Bluffing, 2-bit weeks, Kraken. If you want more info, send me the word access, guys, to the Telegram. Thank you so much, everybody. Trade safe, okay? I'm not a genius. I don't have a crystal ball, but I know how to trade and I know how to manage risk, and I like sharing this with you guys, okay? Let's see what happens here. Very boring at the moment. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care. We dumped 2K, maybe, very possible. See you on the next one. Exactly. Much love, Andy Bathmaria. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. We appreciate you. I appreciate you, Kinke. Darkcone, thank you so much. Donkey, Stonka. Thanks, legend. You're very welcome. Good stream. Nice details. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Very kind people here. No hate, just love and trading and analysis. Thank you. And I'll see you in the next one, guys.